لم تظفري لا تجزعي. يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي، وإلى موائد جود مولاك هرعي. يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي، وإلى موائد جود مولاك هرعي. وإذا تأخر مطلب فلربما في ذلك التأخير كل المطمع. فاستانسي بالمنع وارعي حقه، إن الرضا وصف المنيب الألمع. وإذا بدا من ناطق الوجدان ما يدعوك للياس الذميم الأشنع، فاستيقظي من نومة الغفلات وليكن الرجاء لك مرتعا فيه ارتعي. إن العطاء إمداده متنوع، إن العطاء إمداده متنوع. يا حسنه ذاك العطاء المتنوع. وردوا على نهر الحياة وكلهم شربوا، وكم في الركب من متضلع. حاشا الكريم يردهم عطشا وقاد وردوا. وأصل الجود من ذا المنبع، أصل الجود من ذا المنبع. يا رب لي ظن جميل وافر، قدمته وامشي به يسعى معي. يا رب يا رب لي ظن جميل وافر، قدمته أمشي به يسعى معي. كل الذي يرجون فضلك، كل الذي يرجون فضلك أمطروا. حاشاك أن يبقى هشيما مربعي. كل الذي يرجون فضلك أمطروا. حاشاك أن يبقى هشيما مربعي. يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي. يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي، وإلى موائد جود مولاك هرعي. يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي، وإلى موائد جود مولاك هرعي. وإذا تأخر مطلب فلربما في ذلك التأخير كل المطمع. فاستانسي بالمنع وارعي حقه، إن الرضا وصف المنيب الألمع. وإذا بدا من ناطق الوجدان ما يدعوك للياس الذميم الأشنع، فاستيقظي من نومة الغفلات وليكن الرجاء لك مرتعا فيه ارتعي. إن العطاء إمداده متنوع، إن العطاء إمداده متنوع. يا حسنه ذاك العطاء المتنوع. وردوا على نهر الحياة وكلهم شربوا، وكم في الركب من متضلع. حاشا الكريم يردهم عطشا وقاد وردوا. وأصل الجود من ذا المنبع، أصل الجود من ذا المنبع. يا رب لي ظن جميل وافر، قدمته وامشي به يسعى معي. يا رب يا لي ظن جميل وافر، قدمته أمشي به يسعى معي. كل الذي يرجون فضلك، كل الذي يرجون فضلك أمطروا. حاشاك أن يبقى هشيما مربعي. كل الذي يرجون فضلك أمطروا. حاشاك أن يبقى هشيما مربعي. يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي وإلى موائد جود مولاك هرعي يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي وإلى موائد جود مولاك هرعي وإذا تأخر مطلب فلربما في ذلك التأخير كل المطمع فاستانسي بالمنع وارعي حقه إن الرضا وصف المنيب الألمع وإذا بدا من ناطق الوجدان ما يدعوك للياس الذميم الأشنع فاستيقظي من نومة الغفلات وليكن الرجاء لك مرتعا فيه ارتعي إن العطاء إمداده متنوع إن العطاء إمداده متنوع يا حسنه ذاك العطاء المتنوع وردوا على نهر الحياة وكلهم شربوا وكم في الركب من متضلع حاشا الكريم يردهم عطشا وقاد وردوا وأصل الجود من ذا المنبع أصل الجود من ذا المنبع يا رب لي ظن جميل وافر قدمته وامشي به يسعى معي يا رب يا لي ظن جميل وافر قدمته أمشي به يسعى معي كل الذي يرجون فضلك كل الذي يرجون فضلك أمطروا حاشاك أن يبقى هشيما مربعي كل الذي يرجون فضلك أمطروا حاشاك أن يبقى هشيما مربعي
3 2 1 بسم الله. And we are live. Alright guys, welcome back to the live stream. Let me adjust the angle here. Yep, that looks good. I hope everybody's doing well. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, unannounced live stream yet again. I really have to figure out a specific timing so everybody knows when we're actually doing the live streams. So now it should be pretty early for most of you guys. Anyways, we're gonna start slow and then wait for people to join in. And then we're gonna start watching YouTube today. Matter of fact, yes, I know I'm too late to the party. Nick Fuentes appeared on the Piers Morgan show. I was very busy. I was actually recording a podcast here behind the scenes with Dondi Tan. I don't know if you know the guy. I personally have to admit that I wasn't aware of his social media presence because Dondi Tan is a revert to Islam and he's been a Christian for 40 years prior to that. So now he's a revert to Islam in Indonesia and is doing predominantly Indonesian content, therefore, obviously. So therefore I wasn't familiar with his channel. However, he has, I believe, 1.3 million subscribers by now. Huge channel, amazing Dawah channel, and he's debating Christian scholars, priests, etc. in Indonesia. So get ready to see a podcast on his channel, and we have a little bit side recordings, some other footage. We went through Bangkok here to the Arab quarters, etc. So this should be on my channel as well, inshallah, very, very soon. Yeah, was a really amazing experience, matter of fact. He had some brothers with him as well. We were 5 people in total. Amazing stories to hear about traveling the world, reverting to Islam, debunking Christianity, etc., etc. Stay tuned for that, should be amazing. And inshallah, who knows, maybe sooner than later, I will make an appearance in Indonesia as well. We will see. Anyways, that being said, let me show you his channel here as well. Let me pull this up. Honestly, by now, streaming programs, they should be much more intuitive, man. You should be able to take stuff and just drag and drop it. But that is not the case, unfortunately. Everything has to be adjusted. It's still very, very old-fashioned, honestly. All the streaming programs, be it StreamYard, Streamlabs, still very old-fashioned, man. They need an update. Okay, 1 second. Let me just pull this up here. Here we go. How's everybody doing in the chat? Hope you're doing great. Today's Saturday. The weekend for most guys. Here we go. Okay, done. Let me see if you can see this. Like this. 1 sec. Here we go. Yep. Okay, let's get started. Here we go. Huh? Huh? Why is this just half the picture? Maybe like this. Okay. Fantastic. Yo. Like this. Like this. Yeah, Dondi came over. This is actually my place in the background. You cannot see it here. This is on the other side. So, very, very good brother, mashallah. He was a Pentecostal Protestant Christian before reverting to Islam. So, very deep insights from him as well. He knows the Bible inside out. And that is always the best thing about it. You know, when you see Christian apologists debating Muslims, they always are very, very fast attacking Islam. However, they don't really know anything about the Quran, about the Hadith, etc., etc. However, on our Dawah side, it is no surprise that Muslims are very well read when it comes down to Christianity, when it comes down to the Bible, etc. So Dondi is an absolute expert in that field. Dondi Tan. So yeah, stay tuned. I'm going to repost it anyways. Once the podcast is online. It will still take some time because they're going to translate everything. They're going to be Indonesian subtitles, obviously. Indonesian, yes. Exactly. Yeah, they're definitely onto me now. I'm at almost 400k subscribers. Alhamdulillah. That's good. Those are good numbers, I guess. I don't know. I kind of stopped tracking it. You know, for me, when I started YouTube, I was really keen on making the 100k. That was the most important thing for me. I always thought to myself, once I have 100k subscribers, then I'm an official YouTuber. But yeah, after the 100k, the 200k came even way faster than that. It took me multiple years to get to 100k. And I think to get to 200k just took me a couple of months after that, I believe. And 300k, maybe another year or so. But then the shadow ban came. And since then it has slowed down a bit. So we are still pushing towards the 400k slowly but surely. We'll see. Yeah, exactly right. Now, we had a beautiful talk with Dondi. But that being said, I have to admit, the best talks happened offline, man. As they always do. Genuinely. We went to the restaurants, etc., etc. The best talks definitely happen offline. Yeah, it's just what it is. You just cannot speak about most things online, especially not on YouTube. Okay. Anyhow, I think I will have to charge my phone here for the chat. Let me check. 5%. Today I want to react to Piers Morgan, as I said. And Nick Fuentes. But I want to check some other things out as well. Certain things on Instagram that I saw. We had a couple of things pop up, very Islamophobic again, as always. So I want to discuss that too. Not so much the content, but much more the comments. Actually, let me start with that. 1 second. Okay, yeah, as I said, guys, we're going to take it a bit slow until people start coming into the chat. I know this one is super unannounced and most people are surely now spending their weekends. This is not my usual time. Usually I stream at least 2-3 hours later. But we'll see. We'll see what will happen. Surprise, surprise. Okay. Here we go. Oh my god, so many messages. 1 second, guys. Yeah, the best talks are indeed offline. It is always like that. Honestly, with all the YouTubers, subscribers, anybody that I met, the best talks are always offline. They happen when the camera is finally off. And then you can actually relax and truly talk. It's a shame, because I don't mind. I would rather share it with my audience. I don't have anything to hide, truly. However, for YouTube community guidelines' sake, you do have to hide it. After all, kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Let's not dwell on it. Wa alaikum assalam. 1 second, the sound settings here. You cannot rewind on Instagram, it just doesn't work. Okay. Like this. So here you hear the adhan. And this expert thinks it's fun to play the doodle sack, or how do we call that thing? Bagpipe. Okay, yeah, you saw that. Anyways, I mean, we don't really have to comment on this, right? But what's really interesting is when you see the actual comments of this. So let me adjust this. This was posted by Robin Bagpipes, so I think that this guy... that's his profession, I guess. He's playing the bagpipe, and he thought it's a very, very smart idea to do this over the adhan in his ignorance. Anyways, come on, 1 second, like this. Let's read the comments. Very, very creative, very snarky comment here. Some consider this a Muslim country. Inshallah, soon it will be. How any Western country allows Muslim prayers is wild. Okay, let's start with this. Why is it wild that a secular Western country, which separated church and state many, many years ago, and has religious freedom, how is it then wild for that country to allow a Muslim prayer? It's not wild for that country to allow a Buddhist prayer. It's not wild for that country to allow Hindu ceremonies. It's not wild for that country to allow any type of religious freedom, yet again. So therefore, to allow the adhan, especially during working hours, is not wild whatsoever. This is under the Constitution, this is religious freedom, and therefore everybody's God-given right, so to speak. In this case, it is not really God-given, it is much more secular law, but either way, I don't understand what they are complaining about. And I don't believe that they understand what they're complaining about either. Those are the same people that would have freaked out back in the day when the Roman Empire became Christian. They would be pagan and they would stand up against the authorities and complain and desecrate the crosses, etc., you name it. Why? Because they cling onto tradition, perceived tradition, and not truth. It is always the same. Anyways, let's read on. Very interesting. Beautiful. It's like the pipes were made to silence the noise of that infestation. And mind you, look at this. This has been liked by almost 60,000 people. This comment has been liked by 43,000 people. So you see I really hate the term Islamophobia for the lack of better terms, even though we do have better terms. Let's say that the animosity towards Islam, the hatred towards Islam is most definitely growing in the West due to divisive tactics, of course. We all know that. There's absolutely no reason to attack Islam for a Christian. However, because the propaganda machine is so strong, they believe that Islam is the only religion that is against Christianity, for whatever reason, even though we are the only religion that accepts Jesus Christ as a prophet and as the Messiah. That is absolutely unique amongst all other religions. That's just what it is. Christians will claim that Islam is the Antichrist. Honestly, they make those statements. Christians will claim that it's Antichrist because they're against Jesus. I don't want to go too deep into this. You already know my opinion, and again, I have to tread lightly here. But the point of the story is you can find a handful of other religions that are against Jesus or don't even accept Jesus as a prophet, as a Messiah, etc. Let's start with Buddhism, for example. There are certain Buddhist denominations, not officially though, that are, let's say, sympathetic towards Jesus. However, doctrinally speaking, no Buddhist will ever say that Jesus Christ was a prophet, quote-unquote, sent by God, quote-unquote, the Messiah, quote-unquote. None of it. If you find some Buddhists that are sympathetic, they might say he might have been an enlightened Bodhi. Could be, we don't know. That's as far as that goes. But they're anti-prophethood, they're anti-God, most certainly anti-Trinity, anti-Messiah, etc., etc. So, Buddhism would be much more an antichrist religion than Islam, just by that standard, right? Same exact thing applies to Hinduism. And then you go into Judaism, for example. As I stated before, and again, I have to be very, very careful here, but let's just state the facts. Dear YouTube team, there's no hate speech, those are the facts. In Judaism, Jesus Christ is not seen as a prophet, let alone the Messiah. In the best case scenario, he's seen as a charlatan. In the worst case scenario, he's seen as some sort of magician, a scammer, and according to certain Judaic sources, he's boiling in his own excrement. That is just factual. You can look that up, right? And his mother, according to Jewish sources yet again, was certainly not a virgin, certainly not some sort of holy figure to be venerated. Nope. She was a promiscuous woman, according to the Talmud. So that's just what it is. However, you don't see Christians cry about any other religion other than Islam. Why is that so? Honestly, ask yourself. But it's hilarious to see. So here you can read that those pipes, they're made to silence the noise of that infestation. So somehow this is an infestation, this evil, they're taking over. And you know what? As I always say, I don't want to simply point the finger. Quite the opposite. I want to give a balanced perspective because I personally experimented with many different belief systems, diets, theologies, spiritual practices, etc. And I myself was an enemy of Islam. It's just what it is. It's true. When I was still young, I was brought up with a hatred towards Islam, an animosity towards Islam. And I hated the Adhan too. Yes, it's kind of shameful to admit it, but it's true. When I was young, I associated the Adhan with the Albanians living in Macedonia. We had the church bells, the Albanians had the Adhan. Little did I know back then that there were certain Macedonians, quote unquote, that were Muslim too. But nevertheless, to be fair here, the majority of Muslims in Macedonia were Albanian. So this is how I saw this separation. They and us. And every time they would play the Adhan, I would think to myself, I don't want to listen to this Albanian stuff. I never heard of Arabia at that point. I was still, very, very young and naive. And I really thought that they were singing in Albanian. I would have never thought that they would recite in Arabic. Wouldn't make any sense to me. Because if you go to the church, it's in your language. All right, so therefore, why would it be in Arabic? I thought the Adhan is Albanian. Crazy enough, yeah, believe you me. But anyways, so therefore back then, I saw it as a foreign invasion of my land as well. That's how I saw it. I believe that the most important, crucial fact here is people need to understand that Islam is not of the foreigners, is not for the foreigners. Islam is a religion, a universal religion, for everyone. So we don't have the separation between Jew and Gentile. Yeah, about children of Israel and Goyim. There is no such thing. There is no ethnic difference. We are not like the black Hebrew Israelites, or however they call themselves nowadays, where you have the black man, and the white man is the devil, right? And God is a black man. We don't have that in Islam. Islam is pure monotheism, and everybody is invited. So we're not fighting for some sort of ethnic dominance here, even though this is often misconstrued, and oftentimes people believe that this is what Islam is. And I can't blame them yet again, because I do see many, many wrong things with the immigration policies when it comes down to Europe. Absolutely, I would agree here. And you do have many foreigners that see themselves as the dominant ethnicity, Arabs, Turks, taking over France, Germany. I know that there is such a narrative, and I'm against that narrative, 100%. But you have to split those two apart. When it comes down to ethnic dominance, that is apples, and now you have oranges, which is the religion. When it comes down to the religion, everybody is invited to practice Islam. Black, white, yellow, it doesn't matter. And that is a very, very key distinction here. Once you understand that you're not fighting the evil foreigners here, but you're actually fighting against monotheism, then it might click. And matter of fact, and I believe that most Muslims would agree with me here, when it comes down to many Muslims, not all of course, but many so-called Muslims in the West, I made the experience myself, many third worlders come over there, many criminals get over there, and really they put a stain on Islam through their behavior, through their criminal actions, etc. However, under an Islamic state or a stricter implemented Islamic rule, those guys would be harshly punished anyways. All of the things that you associate with Islam now through the West are not Islam, even if Muslims do them. As I stated, I grew up and I was surrounded by Muslims dealing drugs, being involved in prostitution, males and females, by the way. We had female prostitutes that were Muslimas. Astaghfirullah, but it's true. Yeah, all kinds of criminal activities, in and out of jail, etc. Violence. But, yet again, under Islam, this would be prohibited. And for that, you can go to any modern Muslim country and to see what kind of harsh implementation of the law is on there. So nobody, even if they were Muslim, would be able to behave in such Muslim countries. So, yeah, that is something that many right-wingers and neo-nationalists have to take into consideration. Anyways, guys, please let me know if my microphone is a bit too loud. Here on my end, it seems like it. Let me know if the sound is good. Before I continue. 1 second. Yeah, let me know before I continue here. If the mic is too loud, I'm gonna adjust it. Okay, people are coming into the chat. Yeah, I would agree, absolutely, that they are very insecure, not only because their own religion is dying. It's because Islam is gonna replace it. That's why. So yes, Christianity is dying, for sure. It has a little revival at the moment, but it's dying, 100%. It's on its last breath. And therefore, you would say, okay, if they're so insecure, then they must be against every other religion. But they're not. They're specifically against Islam. And that is because Islam is taking over. You don't really see Westerners converting to Buddhism and Hinduism. You had that in the 70s, there was a little hippie era, etc. Some became Buddhist. But that's not really a threat to Christianity. Honestly, the real threat to Christianity, if we're being honest here, is atheism, of course. Because most Christians are atheists nowadays. Even if you go to Korea, which is heavily Christian influenced, let's say, most people there are atheists as well. So that is the real pandemic, of course, atheism. However, in terms of religion, in terms of outcompeting each other, surely Islam is the fastest growing religion to this very day and is taking over. And because Islam is so strong, is so congruent, is so dominant, is so straightforward, they hate it. Bobby, do we need to establish a new Khilafah? I mean, I would love to, but I'm not in the position. Because establishing a Khilafah in this day and age, even if we're talking about the Ottoman Empire, which kind of fell 100 years ago, there was an enormous politic structure in very heavy geopolitical ties when it came down to Berlin, France, etc. So you cannot simply create a rogue state. Or you just declare the Khilafah and this it now. There's not enough manpower behind it. So right now we are in a phase where the Ummah has to become much, much stronger first before anybody even dreams of establishing a Khilafah, I would say. But sure, if we could, right on. I will be amongst the first, inshallah. Ardo, okay, I cannot pronounce your name, says Europe deserves everything coming. Well, I guess we all deserve what is coming to us, right? God is just ultimately. And nations have been wiped out before. So everything that happens has to happen exactly that specific way. But that being said, I'm not a person that will blame ancestors or rather blame the current people for their ancestors. Let's put it that way. It's not really my style, you know. I, matter of fact, grew up like that in Germany, and for me it was always very pathetic. So I was in a very multicultural school. I grew up in a low-income society, low-income area of society. So we had many Turks, Polish people, Russians, Moroccans, Tunisians, Algerians, etc. And yeah, sitting in school, they would just regurgitate the same old story over and over again. Yeah, the Second World War, and we shall never forget, we shall never forget. And me as a foreigner, I didn't really buy the guilt trip, obviously, because it wasn't me, it wasn't my ancestors. And all my foreign friends would just laugh about it and look at each other and be like, yeah, poor guys, man, poor Germans, now they're getting guilt-tripped again. And this is really what it boils down to, man. The Germans They got so trampled on. In the end, if they would just show a German flag, they were seen as Nazis, which is absolutely insane. Every other country has some sort of national pride, right? Again, I'm not a nationalist, I don't advocate for it, but to shame people based on their ethnicity, based on their nationality, because of what their ancestors have or haven't done, come on, man. You cannot have a healthy society like that. And I believe that this is why they do it, of course, but this will be too deep for YouTube yet again. Anyways, that being said, guilt-tripping people over their ancestors, man, we can declare the certain facts, etc., but every single culture on this planet has blood on their hands. That's just what it is. Every culture has blood on their hands. Some more, some less. Yes, surely, some committed unthinkable atrocities. I agree with that. But to simply trample on Europe now because of the ancestors having colonized, okay, let's do it with the Mongols then as well. Let's do it with the Muslim empires as well. Let's do it with everybody now. Yeah, I'm against that. I don't agree. But anyways, if God decrees that Europe has to fall, then so be it, of course. Yes, with this I agree. Anjumu Sharaf, he says, imagine what would happen if Islamophobia was non-existent. Many Muslims would also become ignorant. So Allah loves us enough to honor Islam and prove ourselves and keep going back to Allah for help. I absolutely agree with this. If there is no challenge whatsoever, you become soft and weak. You all know this meme, right? Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times. And this is how the cycle repeats over and over and over again until we figure it out. But I would absolutely agree with you that if everything was just peachy and nobody would attack Islam, nobody would go against Islam, Muslims themselves would just forget about it after a while. There would be no struggle, and they would just become liberals. Most of them. I absolutely agree with this. If you become too comfortable, you forget about everything. If there is no struggle, there is no reward. Yes, the board Wattlfer. I agree with you here as well. Not every country in Europe has a history like Western Europe. Absolutely. And this is why I always say I'm not your classical European. I know that especially throughout my reversion journey, many Muslim countries tuned in, and you had many Arabs watch me, etc. And they thought of me as a Westerner, as a European white guy. And I guess I can pass to an extent, but still, I'm not your classical European Westerner. I'm from the Balkan. We are Slavs. Matter of fact, some people say that the word Slavs comes from slaves. So we've been enslaved as well. We most certainly didn't colonize. Very, very different story. Very different traditions as well. If you go, for example, into the Balkan, the differences between, let's say, the generation of my parents, the differences between Christians and Muslims in terms of ethics, there was no difference. My grandma was wearing hijab. People don't know that. My grandmother is an Orthodox Christian that knew very little about the theology. She would simply go to church, pray, and she would wear hijab. Not only for church, but on a daily basis. And she would cut her hair as well. And in terms of piety, be it my mother, my aunts, my cousins, be it my grandparents, everybody entered into marriage as virgins, of course. And it's completely normal. So therefore, that traditional upbringing as an Orthodox Christian I had when it comes down to ethics. Matter of fact, a little insight here into my family. My mother became frustrated with me accepting Islam. And she said, what is the difference between me and, let's say, a Turkish mother? Are we not the same in terms of ethics and morals and good behavior? And I said, yes, I absolutely agree. Of course. I would never say anything against that. My mother was a pious woman, a beautiful woman. She took care of everything. Cooking, cleaning, all traditional household roles. Absolutely. However, that's not what it's about. It's simply about the theology. That being said, as I mentioned previously as well, None of my parents believes in a Trinity, or they believe Jesus is somehow God. They don't. They see themselves culturally as Christians. That's all they know. But in terms of akhlaq, in terms of behavior, morals, yes, beautiful people, absolutely. But this was not my motivation why I accepted Islam. It has nothing to do with the morals, with the behavior. However, Westerners, and now I can point the finger when it comes down to Germans, French people, etc., yeah, they already had their sexual revolution, liberalism, etc. They were going nuts. They were going crazy. I know that my German neighbors, they had affairs, divorced a couple of times, etc., etc. So all of that degenerative mess I saw with Westerners. And that's why I most certainly don't see myself as a Westerner. Not geographically and most certainly not ethically. I'm Libyan, but my great-grandmother was Slavic. I'm not even sure how she came all the way to Libya. Potentially through the Ottoman Empire. Sheikh al-Albani was an Albanian, so from the Balkan, basically my neighbor. And he got, in the end, I don't want to lie to you now, was it Syria? Was it Iraq? I'm not sure. But anyways, during that time of the Ottoman Empire, many traveled away from the Balkan. So that's probably what your great-grandmother did as well. Said says, I'm always amazed to hear the actual stories and experiences of people who decided to become Muslims, coming from various backgrounds. They really dig it deeply, subhanAllah. Yeah, I mean, what else is there, right? So first and foremost, I'm in my 30s, yeah? So I'm not a child anymore. This is not some sort of trend. This is not something that I just did because I felt like it. So a lot of thought went into it. Matter of fact, I stepped on the brakes and waited for 2 years before accepting Islam, even though I was already pretty confident that I want to become a Muslim. That I have to become a Muslim, I might add. But that being said, we weren't born with the blessing of Tawheed. We weren't born with the blessing of knowing the true God, so to speak. And therefore, once you find it for yourself, once you've been guided, of course, Hidayah is only to Allah, you cannot not dig it, as you just said. So it's impossible to not really get into it. Yeah. It's, to this very day, still the best thing that ever has happened to me. I separate myself in two identities, if you will. One is my ego. I call it Bobby. This is Bobby. And Bobby will do all kinds of things. All kinds of atrocious things. I know, because I'm him. So I've seen him act out and follow his desires. Bobby following his desires. I know where that leads. And to this very day, I'm far from perfect, guys. Again, I'm doing YouTube here. I'm talking about my reversion journey. I'm no authority in Islam. I'm nobody. That's just what it is. I'm a man with many, many flaws. That's just what it is. Like we all are. However, I split my personality, as I said, in Bobby and in Muslim. Without a name even. Just Muslim. Somebody that submits to God. And Bobby, my ego, will always be the rebel. The one that rebels and doesn't want to submit. Islam makes Bobby submit. That's it. And so therefore we'll always have this split personality trying to merge the two. But I believe that this will be an eternal struggle until I die. Because my ego always knows better. Not really, right? But thinks it knows better. And yeah. It's really, really tough. But alhamdulillah. That's why this is the real jihad, you know. People don't really understand that. It's so easy to just throw out those terms. And you see many Westerners, oh, jihad, jihad, oh, going to war. Yeah, sure, man. Listen, if there's a war, then Muslims, ideally, will get together and fight that war. You heard it here. Ooh, boo. If there's a war in Ukraine, for example, then the alliances will get together and fight in Ukraine. Boo. It's the same thing, right? So ideally, if there was an issue with Muslims somewhere, Muslims would get together and fight for the cause. But unfortunately, we don't really see that nowadays. So I don't really know what jihad they're truly afraid of. It's that boogeyman and it's not even happening. But the inner jihad, that is what is really tough. I mean, don't get me wrong, nobody wants to die in war. But still, here, get the gun, go to war, shoot, get killed. It is what it is. But the internal jihad, that you have to wake up in the morning for Fajr, pray 5 times per day, stay away from sin, etc. Really, that is the real tough battle that we as Muslims battle. I think this is much, much harder than going to war. Anyways, let's read on. Racy Dad says, church bells need to be a thing again, worldwide. Who's stopping you, bro? Honestly, you know, those people here, and then you have 16,000 likes. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Church bells, dude. Let's go, dude. America, dude. What are you talking about, man? Meanwhile, Muslims get together. They're gathering funds. They're building masjids. Matter of fact, guys, finally, alhamdulillah, I found an organization. Amazing. They're supporting brothers and sisters in Gaza and in Sudan. Amazing. And other countries as well, but I'm going to focus on those two first, inshallah. And from, next week out on, inshallah, finally, I will promote them here on my channel. I screened for a long time. I never got into alliances with certain people that I couldn't trust fully. Because, I don't know if you heard, but in Germany, for example, there was a specific guy that I don't even want to name. And he was supposedly gathering funds for our brothers and sisters in Gaza. And then he simply ripped that money off and put it in his pocket. Okay, so I want to make sure that this won't happen, not only on my behalf, because I know I wouldn't do the scam, but you never know. You get contacted by many people online, how will you verify? So this time, it took me many, many years, man, to verify, to be crystal clear, and this organization is legit. It's amazing. And they really bring the funds into Gaza, into Sudan. They're helping there. It's phenomenal. So I'm very, very blessed to be able to actually advocate for them. Inshallah, very, very soon, from next week out on. Please support. Once the time has come, please support. Your donations will reach Gaza and Sudan, inshallah. Okay? So I will keep you updated on that note as well. But anyways, the reason why I tell you this is, we as Muslims, we get together. No matter who it is. You can see that on Ali Dawa's channel, Mohammed Hijab, Deen Show. Gathering funds for a masjid. And then they're building a masjid. And then you're going to hear the adhan. Beautiful. But here the Christians, all they can do is complain. Church bells need to be a thing again worldwide. Gather funds, man. But you don't even need to, because you have empty churches. There's not even a point in gathering funds. Gather your people. Bring them back. But the people, they've already realized that Christianity is false. That's really what it boils down to. I always say this here. Most people that watch me believe, oh, look at him, he's just flip-flopping. He's just flip-flopping. One day a Christian, next day a Muslim. No. I left Christianity for 2 years, basically, before I became a Muslim. That's what it is. I already quit Christianity. So if I wouldn't have become a Muslim, I most certainly wouldn't have stayed a Christian. That's just what it is. I wouldn't have stayed a Christian. I wasn't a Christian anymore. And this is what happens with so many Christians nowadays. Either they become atheists, agnostic, spiritual but not religious, or they become Muslims. It's very, very little people that actually become Christians or stay Christians or want to return to Christianity. You name it. It's so rare, man. But all they can do is complain. Oh, Muslims, you Muslims, they make too many babies. Way too many babies. Look at this guy here. Nim Guitars. I effing hate that Allahu Akbar and absolutely love the bagpipe. Almost 50,000 likes. Yeah, congratulations, man. You're like a guy blowing into a stick and making high-pitched noises. That's amazing, bro. But he doesn't like to hear Allahu Akbar, which simply means God is the greatest. They don't want it. Okay. Reclaim your culture. What is culture? What is culture? Listen, I don't disagree fully. certain traditions, etc. Yes, there's merit in it, there's benefit in it. I'm not saying that all of it is evil. You have to have a specific allegiance to your people in order to have an identity. I'm not disagreeing with it. However, what does it mean, reclaim your culture? Reclaim to what? Again, this point is arbitrary. To what? Now they're talking about Christianity, but those people would be the pagans in the Roman Empire that would say, we have to reclaim our culture. Tengri, Odin, etc. It's always the same. They don't understand it. Because they're not interested in truth. They don't care. Normalize this everywhere. Okay, so it should be normal in a country where you have religious freedom to go and to interrupt their prayers. Cool. I get it, Ben. I get it. Muslim call to prayer shouldn't be allowed in a Christian country. Hey, listen, Monica. Hey, Monica. Hey, Moni. I don't disagree if it was a theocracy. I wouldn't disagree if it was a true Christian country. Even if it wasn't a fully implemented theocracy, but let's say some sort of Christian country still that rules by the Bible somewhat. Okay, I could agree. I would say let those Christians do whatever they want. That's their Christian state, and religious freedom is not allowed. However, Monica, religious freedom is allowed. That's the main thing here. They don't understand it. Imagine a church with bells ringing in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, imagine that. Guys, chat, let me know, because I haven't been to Saudi yet. How does it look like in Saudi? Because I know there are many of Arab Christians around the Arabian Peninsula which are practicing Christianity for thousands and thousands of years. Since the beginning of Christianity. They have the churches, they have church bells, they go out on the street, they have the crosses and all of that stuff. So how is it in Saudi Arabia? Please let me know. I really don't know. And if it's not allowed, fine. It's Saudi Arabia. It's Mecca. Why not? Do you hear the Adhan in the Vatican? What the hell? So yeah, please let me know. If there are churches in Saudi Arabia at all, how does it look like? Are there church bells? Please let me know in the chat. Subhanallah. Yeah, he loves sucking the pipe apparently. What you gonna do, man? That's exactly what I said. UAE has church bells. I haven't heard them. I was in the UAE, but might be. The UAE has a form of religious freedom as well, by the way. So, yeah, there you go. Always the evil, evil Arab countries where you cannot do anything. Excellent job! Then you have those guys here, which are Celts? I'm not too sure. Old Scottish pagans, basically. Man, I love this. All power and glory to God. Look how stupid this is, you know? But this can only come from a Paulian Christian. They don't understand anything. Man, I love this. All power and glory to God. Yeah, that's exactly what the Adhan says, man. Right? God is the greatest. Come to prayer. Come to success. That's what it is, essentially. There is no God but God. But he loves this, and he rather sees a man being worshipped. Not really, he doesn't care. He simply wants to keep it Western. We will not go quietly into the night. No, you will be doodling on your doodle sack, sucking that pipe. That will change everything, man. Oh, they're so lost. Fred the Pomeranian. For some reason, this kind of made my heart ache. It's so powerful. It's a battle cry. Here's the battle cry. Okay, demonic whimpering versus bagpipe badass. Okay, Logan. So, yeah, again, saying God is the greatest is demonic, but playing on that flute or whatever it is, that is powerful. That is absolutely amazing. Yes, 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 yes. Never stop. Expose the hypocrisy. Yeah, bro, expose the hypocrisy, dude. Such hypocrites, man. They're in a secular country and they're calling to prayer. Expose the hypocrisy, bro. Oh, this is even better here. Subhanallah. A Slav, a fellow Slav here. Obviously the Slavs into cars, beautiful. As always. Man is doing God's work with an Orthodox cross. How is he doing God's work? By doodling over a call to prayer to the one God, to the one true God. Tell me how that works. Europe is healing. Okay. And so on and so forth. Play him loud and proud. Alright, guys. Phenomenal. Okay, anyways, we have anti-Islamists are so cringe. Yeah, because they have no idea what they're talking about. That's why it's cringe. You know, if you have a debate between, let's say, a Christian and an atheist, they're both heavily misguided, of course, but they might have certain points in which there is actually any merit in debating each other. So the Christian will debate for the existence of God, even though his perception of God is, of course, heavily flawed, but nevertheless, they will try to piece together some sort of coherent argument for the existence of God at least. And the atheist will attack the hypocrisy and incongruency of Christianity when it comes down to the Old and the New Testament, when it comes down to man being God, etc. So at least they have certain things that they can attack. But when it comes down to neo-nationalists, neocon Christian conservatives, quote unquote, against Islam, what is it? You marry your cousin. Goats. Bacon, though. That's just nothing. It's pathetic. Anyhow, okay. I say we're gonna jump into the Piers Morgan and Nick Fuentes interview. I haven't watched it yet. I saw a few clips. So I'm actually watching it for the very first time myself. That should be fun. Grab your popcorn. That being said, guys, if you want to support the channel, do it via Super Chats. It is highly appreciated. You support my work here, especially during this time here, where I'm shadow banned still, and I'm facing multiple strikes. So we really rely on your support over here. If you can send something through, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, that being said, let's get started. Here we go. Piers Morgan Uncensored. That's so funny. Such a boomer title as well, man. The guy really thinks that he somehow has an uncensored opinion. But I have to give it to him, kudos. He really does invite a broad facet of different people that are for actual free speech. So, at least in that regard, we can give him his credit. And it is heavily entertaining, I have to admit. Okay, that looks good. Lock it in. And let's make this smaller. I don't know why the color of my screen is consistently shifting between brown and gray. My flat is black and white, so I don't understand this brown tone. Anyways, on the stream with Angel, by the way, it is still pinned in the chat box. If you're battling with porn addiction, etc., head over there. Angel is the man to help you out, inshallah. But that being said, Angel told me to use my smartphone as a camera. That would be much better, but I'm still using this webcam. It's a stream cam, guys, so yeah, I hope it's enough. Yeah, absolutely, W. Angel. He's doing a phenomenal job, honestly. As I said already, for me, in my Jahiliyyah days, I really wasn't battling with porn addiction because, yeah, I was doing the actual dirty deed. But that being said, I did find out that many brothers do struggle with it because they want to abstain from zina and they think it's the lesser of two evils. In a way it is, but yeah, what it does to you physically is terrible. Terrible. And psychologically. Their perception on our religion is completely different, unfortunately. Yeah, that is due to them having no idea. That's what it is. If they were to know what it is, then they wouldn't act the way that they do. All Arab countries have churches except of Saudi. Yeah, and that is totally fine, man. Yet again, Saudi is basically like the Vatican, so they don't need to have churches over there. It's fine. Yeah, I know that the UAE built churches, synagogues, and even a Hindu temple. I'm not too happy with that decision either, but at the same time, I do understand. It's a different time, and yeah, you have tons and tons and tons and tons of Indians living and working in the Emirates. So therefore, I do understand. Even though I don't like it myself, I do understand. Skin tone chicken bone says he quit. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, bro. If you can quit, fantastic. As I stated before, Angel's program is like a 10-step program, or however many steps that was with the anonymous alcoholics. It definitely works. I'm not going to expose any names, obviously. Right? So much privacy we need to maintain. But I'm going to tell you that from what I've seen, it's crazy who is battling with this. It's not only some random teenagers, kids. It's students of knowledge. Sheikhs even. It's crazy. So you don't have to be ashamed for this. As men, we battle with lust. And if you want to abstain from zina, I know that many people fall into the trap of watching that stuff. And it's very, very hard to come off. So with Angel's program, it's not only a sterile program that you just follow and this is it, but you have a community there. You can enter anonymously. You don't have to show who you are at all. You can participate in the video calls, etc., completely censored, just via chat if you need to. But it's a community and you hold each other accountable. So it's very, very good to speak openly about it, to understand that there is a problem indeed, and that you can fix it. So many people are lost alone and they cannot do it. So therefore, if this is something for you, you're battling lust, you're battling with pornography addiction, head over to the link, it is pinned, and check it out. Inshallah, it will be of benefit to you. Okay, anyways, yes, corn is free and available. It is even argued that internet was developed for corn. I wouldn't be surprised, man, honestly. I mean, if we're looking at what sells the most online, it is pornography. It is what it is. Especially since 2020 and the whole COVID incident, it exploded. Now so many women just became prostitutes. Just normal girls, man, became prostitutes. From what I know, in America, the statistic is that 1 out of 10 women is a prostitute now. Which is insane. 1 out of 10 girls, I believe, in the age range from 18 to 25 is already an OnlyFans prostitute. That is wild. And now imagine if that is the outlier here, 1 out of 10, right? 10%. What's up with the rest of the girls, with the rest 9? What do? All of them are certainly promiscuous, drinking, etc., having abortions and whatnot. It's crazy. But anyhow, so if you need help with that, guys, head over there. US gooners pay $3 billion per year to OnlyFans. Wow, man. $3 billion per year. That is crazy. And that is only the official numbers. What do you think how many sugar daddies and whatnot are sending money privately to those girls? Crazy. Why do you have to pay? Guys, honestly, nowadays, I really believe that people, they're taking everything for granted, you know? So right now, as I said already, if you want to support the channel, support the channel. If not, not. You know, otherwise I'm sitting here, I'm doing it for free. This is our work. You know, we put in the work. So nobody is ever asking, why do I get paid for my work? If you go to your job, no matter what it is, you might be a janitor, you might be a doctor, a lawyer, it doesn't matter what you do. You will never say, you know what, I don't want to get paid. No, because you have to make your bread. You have to eat. You have to feed your family. It's just what it is. But when it comes down to internet content, and I believe this really happened once people started pirating. They started downloading movies, downloading games, everything came for free. And then they started watching YouTube. And even the ads on YouTube. Oh, did you know that those ads, they're haram? So yeah, bro, okay. What should I do? Like not eat at all anymore? That's amazing. And now Angel, he really went out of his way. He actually wanted to get away from social media. He actually wanted to get offline. But he had the calling to help the Muslim Ummah. Because he was helping the kuffar before that with the no-fap content. But now he tied everything together. And he's been working on it for 10 years. 10 years. He's been creating this community. He's moderating this community. He's spending his time in that community. He's showing up, video calls, coaching, all of it. And now people will say, why do you have to pay for this? Come on, man. You know, like, this is really crazy. It's very ungrateful as well. It's as if you would go to the bakery, let's say, and you're getting a loaf of bread. And let's say the baker is Muslim and you're Muslim too, and you're going to say, hey, brother, why do I have to pay now, man? Come on. Come on, brother. That does make sense, bro. We're putting in the work, and of course, that will have to cost something. Time is money, after all. That's how it works. You put in your time as a resource. And by the way, it is so cheap. Costs you, I think, less than a Netflix subscription. Which is running in the background, by the way. That is Netflix. So yeah, I don't find that fair, man. But anyways, again, up to you. I believe it is of very, very big benefit for people that have that issue. And you should tackle it. If you can do it by yourself, fantastic, go for it. If not, you have the community. Okay, let's get started.
You're a New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire subscriber, or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson. For several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young men, are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the lines should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, like, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
That's the war. Can you get the beef prices down? Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show and you could ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has a platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining. And he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform. And Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you. I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk, as we prepared for this, in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state.
It's very interesting to see, man, in this day and age now, still, but slowly but surely through Gen Z, it is kind of evaporating. Thank God for that, I really have to say. But Piers Morgan, as this old establishment, he puts Nick on and he gives him the chance now to explain himself. Now, maybe there are certain sound bites about you. Now, please tell us who you truly are. You can repent, basically, before the politically correct council. You can tell us who you truly are. Maybe you didn't mean what you said. This is really what it is. And this is why this whole liberalism agenda is a religion. The whole West, with their liberalism, with their scientism, all of it is a religion. If you don't think like them, then you don't have the freedom to express yourself. I don't have to agree with everything that Nick Fuentes says, and I most certainly don't. He's a Catholic, and the points for Catholicism are pathetic. Anyways, that being said, he has the freedom of speech, just as Piers has. But you don't really, because you could offend somebody. Ooh, boo.
Of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief
fair
that
enough.
you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Unreasonable.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview like this one and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a true.
I think he's lying here, to be totally honest. The way that he formulated it is genius, however, because he claims that he actually really doesn't want any political power whatsoever. He is a political commentator, nevertheless, and he brushes it off by not going further into his political beliefs, simply saying, oh, well, you know, I'm offending everybody anyways, so this is not possible. It is indeed possible, of course. With his large following, it is absolutely possible. If it is possible for Arnold Schwarzenegger to become the governor of California, it is possible as well for Nick Fuentes to get into political position, surely.
Truth teller, I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
And matter of fact, I have to add this to it as well. We all know, or at least I hope you know, that Nick Fuentes, he's an incel, right? So he is involuntarily celibate, which means he has no sex. He's a virgin, as far as I know. And he's waiting for marriage, I believe. But at the same time, he's almost 30 years old. And yeah, I don't know when that will happen. It's not a mock or a diss now, but he's obviously not a very attractive person. So not impossible to get a wife, but with his way of looking at women and yeah, his perception, I think this will be quite complicated to find a match. Let's put it that way. But such people that are incels and they have a large following, I believe that there must be a thirst for power. And I can see it with him. I can see this in his attitude, that he's most certainly longing for power. And he would take the first chance, of course, to get into office. If he could snap his fingers and he would be the president of the United States tomorrow, of course he would take it. Because then he wouldn't have to talk about all of his wishful belief systems, but rather he could start implementing them, surely.
Is Nick Fuentes. Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Or early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Yeah, your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty...
Okay, wait a second. So Irish and Italian is ethnics now? I don't know. That is news to me. Mexican, sure. But that means that he's only half Mexican. And Mexican could be anything as well. He could be one of the brown Mexicans or he could be one of the European descendants.
Rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city. And they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. Everybody was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade. And
Okay. And that's exactly the point, man. Now, of course, I cannot say anything against him enjoying that culture. But that being said, he's half Mexican. Not half. He's a third Mexican, a third Irish, and a third Italian, from what I understood now. So therefore, his parents are immigrants. All of them. His ancestors are all immigrants to that land. And now, even if that would go back multiple years, decades, or even a century or whatnot, they would still be immigrants to that land. And so now they assimilated into that culture of playing baseball and eating hot dogs. Because Italians usually don't play baseball and eat hot dogs. Neither do the Irish, right? About the Mexicans nowadays, maybe they do. No clue. But the point of the story is, of course, that this is why this nationalism, neo-nationalism, and especially neo-nationalism in countries such as America or Australia, New Zealand, etc., is falling apart so quickly because it just doesn't add up. They're all migrants with varying degrees of Europeanness, and now they're LARPing as the white Nordics that have to take over the world.
Hot dog. And So I love where I came from. I
love
the
the hot
city. It's
dog.
a working class city.
The
I
hot
love the
dog.
people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University.
You can call it a bubble,
And
of
I
course.
read a lot of things online, and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me
So I guess go back from where you came, boy.
an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America.
This is so ridiculous, man. If you look into ancestry, if you look into ancient history, you look into even the Roman Empire, any type of metropolis, any type of big city was always a melting pot to varying degrees. Now, again, as I said already, when it comes down to the European issue, I'm not saying open the floodgates. Let everybody in. Let just storm all kinds of third worlders into those countries. No, that's not what I'm saying. However, big cities will be big cities and villages will be villages. So therefore, if he liked his way of life so much in his town, he can just go back to that town. And I don't think that there will be many migrants to that town. Big cities, however, there will always be a huge diversity, of course. Especially if you have economic prosperity. That will always be the case. Even now here, living in Bangkok, where I do. Yes, of course, predominantly it's still Thai, and I hope as well that it will stay that way. But I cannot say that every foreigner now has to be excluded. They're doing business here. Be it Chinese, be it Indian, be it Australian, American, etc., you name it. That is always the nature of a big city.
So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but
Well,
that's kind of where I came from.
my first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume, there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around at the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist?
No, I don't think Nick is reading from a script, but is he insincere? I guess he's simply hiding certain of his true belief systems here. He has to.
As an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American, certainly.
No, you certainly wouldn't exist, of course. If your parents wouldn't have met and they wouldn't have race mixed, then you wouldn't exist.
Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference.
I have to interrupt it all the time, man, because, okay, all that he said there was certainly said by some Native American hundreds of years ago. Those are different foreigners. They're not from our tribes here, from the surrounding tribes. Those are different type of foreigners, a different race that we've never seen before. They're taking over with a different religion. That's exactly what it is, right? That's exactly what happened to America. You got over there, decimated the population, genocided them, created your new state with a new religion, and that's what you're accusing those people now of doing. How often will I be asked this question? Yes, of course I have tattoos. This is before I reverted. I started lasering them off as well, as I stated multiple times. Nothing new.
My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65.
This is so stupid, man. This is such an American perspective, bro. You've never been to Europe or you've never lived in Europe. I'll see that right away. If you think that your average Italian and your average Irish person get along at all or see themselves as something similar, you're completely delusional. Completely delusional. Or go down and come to the Balkan, yeah, where Macedonians think they're the chosen people, and so do the Serbs, and so do the Bulgarians, and so do the Albanians, and so do the Greeks. Good luck with that, man. Europeans, they have a very strong national identity. So Italians see themselves as Italians. Italian-Irish, that is the thing that developed in America. Because you're all immigrants and you start mixing and you have different values now that you can base it on. But it has nothing to do with Europe. That's not how it works. They have this fantasy about Europe. Oftentimes I hear this as well when I'm speaking with Muslims, for example, that are very much romanticizing the caliphates. And then they think that in an Islamic state, everything was perfect. Everybody was just perfectly pious. There was no sin at all. Everybody was just practicing 100%. That's a utopia that never existed. There was never a perfect caliphate in that sense. And I'm talking about the caliphates after Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And it's the same thing with this nostalgic romanticism of Europe. They think that Europe is Agatha or Atlantis, and the white people, they all held hands and everybody is happy all the time, and now boo-hoo, we're sad because the evil foreigners come into Europe. That was never the case, man. That was never the case. The Europeans consistently fought each other. Look into Greece. All the Greek tribes were just butchering each other over and over again. Athene versus Sparta versus Macedonia, etc., etc. The Balkan nations did that till 10 years ago, essentially. Right? Serbs, Bosnians, Croats, all the same people, but they all kill each other all the time. So they're romanticizing Europe, thinking that we are this white brotherhood and we're all clinging together, we are all the same. No, man. An Italian uncle doesn't understand an Englishman at all. They don't even speak English. This is not America, dude.
Since hard seller, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants, and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave, and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years, and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you mentioned,
can't even call it the same thing.
But you mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So
yeah,
I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have zero immigrants forever, or even zero immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until
Nick Fuentes, he makes some good points, especially when it comes down to Israel, etc., etc. I don't disagree with everything he says, nor do I agree with everything he says. But he looks very comical, man. Like, he really looks like a caricature, ultimately. Like this little talking head in a suit, very tiny. You feel a lot of aggression coming from him, because there's no real sexual release. Honestly, I pick up on this when I see him. It's just crystal clear. He's a nerd. Total nerd incel. So therefore, no matter what he says, I cannot really take him serious. Not that I'm saying he should go out and fornicate now, but get married at least if you're such a trad Christian. It's really, really pathetic to see, man. Every man that still has a penis and 2 functioning testicles will want to have sex. And if they don't, then they will do something else, which is... And that is happening to this guy. I'm sure he's a gooner, man. He has to be.
Until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador. And it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3, 4, 5,000 people.
I disagree. Environment plays a huge role, but race is a reality as well. It definitely factors in.
All different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. Said before me and my sister...
I have to interrupt right there. That is completely normal on the Balkan as well. It's completely normal. Anybody that has a Balkan dad, they will face the same quote-unquote racism, where the father will say, we won't go to this Indian shop, or we won't go to the Turk, or what have you. Boo-hoo. Big deal, man.
Were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm
defend
not trying
them.
to ambush you. As I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick, to be clear,
I think everybody
I'm not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you.
Yeah, as gay as Piers Morgan sounds here by saying this, and again trying to be super politically correct, I would actually agree with him. So if Nick Fuentes talked about his dad publicly, he can address it.
Just put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as, they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the South side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican in the West Side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill.
Yeah, this is a point that Jesse Lee Peterson makes as well. He is a Uncle Ruckus, they call him essentially, because he's so pro-white America, but he himself is black. But he says as well that under the Jim Crow law, the black population was very, very decent, had good morals, they knew right from wrong, were Christians, traditional, etc. But then after the civil rights movement, they became a bunch of degenerates. A lot of single motherhood, drug abuse, criminality, etc., you name it. So what he talks about here is a reoccurring theme that I heard about. But I personally haven't been growing up in America, so I cannot say.
And they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees and they, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago will tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before in America.
You got a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems with
Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it. But I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your...
Okay, so basically what Nick Fuentes says is that black people used to be decent, or most of them used to be decent, and now growing up in Chicago, he saw a different environment where you have teenagers, quote-unquote teenagers, committing all kinds of crimes. And yeah, again, I wouldn't fully disagree with this, because it is factual that you have many violent crimes committed by a certain ethnic group in America, most certainly. I don't know exact numbers. I think that half of the crimes are committed by 13% of the population, which is black. And you can make the same case for certain ethnic groups in Europe as well. So hence, to have a specific pattern recognition when it comes down to such acts, there's nothing wrong with that. There's something that you can most definitely speak out about. However, when it comes down to the whole cultural baseball and hot dogs thing, I saw it be mentioned here in the chat as well. He sits there, being the super quote-unquote white American in the tuxedo, even though he's mixed, with a Christmas tree in the background. This is what they really cling onto. They don't cling onto truth, they cling onto their tradition that has been transmitted to them over the past few years. They grew up with Christmas trees, and this is us now. This is America. Matter of fact, to show you how this developed on the Balkan as well, Orthodox Christians never really celebrated, at least not on the Balkan, with Christmas trees. And my cousins, when I would go to Macedonia during Christmas time, they would never have a Christmas tree. However, us growing up in Germany, my parents started having a Christmas tree as well, because that's what the Germans did, and my parents really wanted to assimilate and become Germans or whatever. And so therefore, yeah, they adopted that culture. But that being said, you can see how recent this is. Even my generation on the Balkan didn't have Christmas trees, but now they start with that stuff. And now I see Christmas trees in Thailand. It's just monkey see, monkey do. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. And he thinks that he's this proud Catholic, what have you. It's all based on falsehood. This is why it is so weak and feeble. This is why it's so easily attackable. Still, I do enjoy the discussion here. Piers being the absolute liberal and he being the neocon. But still, there's so many discrepancies. And so much falsehood. His identity cannot even be explained in and of itself. He coming from migrants, him not being fully white, him clinging onto some romanticized version of Europe, in America. How does that make sense?
Environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. When I read that anecdote, which just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this
already.
But
you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
No.
To the chat, are Muslims really causing trouble in Sweden, or is it a lie like they usually do? I haven't been to Sweden, but I can tell you about Germany, about France, about the Netherlands, etc. And yes, it's most certainly true. It's most certainly true that most drug-related violence, prostitution rings, etc., they're all run by quote-unquote Muslims. That's just what it is, really. So when it comes down to Germany, for example, in the 70s and the 80s, you had a big prostitution ring in Hamburg, but it was run by Germans. And then slowly but surely you had foreigners coming in, and then the Albanians, which are, again, Muslims, took over and they decimated the whole environment because they were as violent as nobody else. So before that, the pimps on the Kiez, that's how it's called, they used to fight each other. There would be some fights, some brawls, stuff like that. But then the Albanians came and they started the shooting, started the stabbing, started beheadings, etc. Right? And they took over the prostitution ring. The Albanians, matter of fact, were really human trafficking. This is why when I heard about Andrew Tate's human trafficking accusations, for example, listen, I'm not here to protect the guy or to defend the guy. But the point of the story is, even if he really did the so-called lover boy method, he isn't a human trafficker. Like, this is not doing the word any justice. If he manipulated girls into working for him through making them fall in love with him, it's not good. That's not great. But it's not human trafficking. This is called being a scammer, but it's not a human trafficker. The Albanians, on the other hand, they would go to Ukraine, they would go to Romania, they would literally kidnap girls, drug them, take them over in vans, take away their passports, put them into tiny places, and let them get raped for money. Yeah, so this is real human trafficking, and this happened over and over again. So this was Muslim run, quote unquote, Albanian run. I can make the distinction between ethnicity and religion. And then the drug trade, the biggest drug traders in the Netherlands, for example, are, I believe still are, definitely were, Moroccans. When it comes down to violent crime in Cologne and surroundings, it was majority Turkish. So this is just what it is. It's just factual, you know? And this is how I grew up. This was my surrounding. I saw that... No, Reeperbahn is in Germany. I'm talking about Germany because I'm not from Sweden. My surrounding was definitely that the most atrocious criminal acts were committed always hands down by Muslims. And again, I'm not saying all Muslims are like that, but there was a strong affinity to crime in Germany, in France, in the Netherlands, when it comes down to quote-unquote Muslims. That's just what it is. And I wouldn't be surprised if similar things are happening in Sweden. Because the thing is this. You're growing up in a certain environment, low income structures, and now you have certain people that are, let's say, pimping or selling drugs. And now the foreigners that came in, the Arabs, the Turks, etc., they were naturally, and this is why I say race plays a role, they were naturally more dominant. They were naturally stronger. And yeah, they thought, okay, I'm going to get a piece of that pie. Why wouldn't I? And so they started taking over. This is when everything goes down to base instinct and you have survival of the fittest in the city. So certain ethnic groups will simply take over because they're more dominant, stronger, better connected. There are simply more people. Albanians, for example, during my time, it was no surprise that an Albanian would have at least 4 or 5 brothers and then 10, 20 cousins. That was just normal. And the Germans would be a single child. Hey, Kevin, come out to play. Yeah, well, Kevin is screwed, man. If he gets into any trouble with Turks, Albanians, etc. They're going to call their cousins and then it's over. And it's the same thing when it came down to the drug trade, etc. So, yeah, they're just survival of the fittest in that regard. But it's most definitely true that in Europe, the majority of violent crimes, drug-related incidences, prostitution rings, smuggling, trafficking, etc., it's mostly done by Muslim immigrants. That's just what it is. Afghans are big into drugs. Yeah, sure. It's just what it is, man. It's facts.
Well, see here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family. So
okay, so when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand?
Omar Yusuf says this is not facts. That is not what I know, at least. Where do you live? And tell me about it. Because I would be surprised. If we're speaking about some small, tiny, remote town or village, and you're the only Muslim that lives there, and your surroundings are just white Westerners, okay, then maybe. But when you go to the big cities, most of the crime is committed by foreigners, and many of those foreigners are of Muslim descent. I can even give you the timeline. In Germany, 80s, 90s still, Polish people were stealing a lot in Germany. So if you think about a thief, automatically you think about a Polish person. That was just what it is. It was synonymous. Polish thief. They were stealing cars and they were bringing them to Poland. Then later on, as I said, a lot of more migration through Albania, the Balkans in itself, and there was a time where the Italians were quite strong in Germany as well when it came down to all kinds of dodgy businesses. The Italians were running the show for a while, certainly. But then, as I stated, when the Albanians took over, the Turks took over, and then you had many Arab clans come over to Germany, more in Berlin than anything else, but then it kind of started spreading. And gypsies as well, Romas, you have big Roma clans. But yeah, nowadays it is predominantly Arab, Turk, etc., you name it. It's just what it is.
Why, when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat an Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. Mm-hmm. And these people come, well, you're a boomer, I guess, too, in a way, 60. Right? You were born in what, 19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant.
Here, that's the thing in the chat. Why do those Romani people beg so much? I live in Norway and they're around every corner and underpass. Don't mean to be rude, by the way, just curious. Bro, you are talking to somebody from the Balkans. So we grow up with racism towards gypsies. That's just what it is. So everybody on the Balkan, okay, let's not say everybody, but most, is absolutely racist towards gypsies because we grew up around them. And yeah, again, pattern recognition. Those people, most of them, not all, steal, scam, rob. It's just happening over and over and over again. And so that's kind of all they do. Yeah, so I have to be politically correct here on YouTube, but when it comes down to any Balkan uncle, yeah, everybody is racist against them. It's just what it is.
Your position about that story is that it was a joke, okay? I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that 5%.
Okay, so first and foremost, this clip is absolutely amazing. It is so funny because I love that he's unapologetic about it. So if you say something, no matter what it is, you have to stand behind it, man. So to circle back and to apologize is just weak and pathetic. And every time we see this, it's just such a cringe fest. For example, it was the UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell, I believe is his name, right? And he made some very strong arguments and comments against Israel, but then they threatened to delete his career ultimately, and he circled back and he apologized to everybody and blah, blah, blah. Very, very cringy. Very cringy. Unfortunate. Anyways, if you say such a thing, then you should stand behind it, and I absolutely applaud him for doing that. When we break down that statement, okay, he said that a specific ethnic group is running society. That is true. That is factual. You can look that up. He said that women need to shut up. I absolutely agree with that as well. I mean, of course, a generalized statement, but when it comes down to leadership positions, etc., running the show, yes, they definitely should shut up. It just doesn't belong anywhere. And then blacks should be in prison for the most part. On a global scale, no, of course not. In an American scale, there, if the statistic is true, that 50% of crimes are committed by 13% of the population. If that is true, and correct me if I'm wrong, then sure, that population should be in jail. I think you should have stricter laws and put offenders into jail way, way quicker. Again, same thing in Europe as well. It's amazing. Again, if you go to the UAE, for example, there is no misbehaving there, man. Misbehave once and you're gone. Done. So such strict laws should be implemented everywhere, I believe. You need much stricter laws. So therefore, it is a inflammatory, triggering statement, sure, but I don't disagree.
Sam?
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
You
the
just
crime
said
problem.
blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny or?
I think, yeah, I do. I think it's hilarious. I think
Piers Morgan would be a fantastic teacher, man. It doesn't work on adults, Piers. It doesn't work on adults. But on children, this might work. Do you think this is funny? Jimmy, do you think this is funny? This is really how my teachers back in the day spoke to guilt trip us to behave better.
I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son
we could
went
go
to Chicago
Inglewood.
University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and
Bye-bye, Hinda Musa. See you. See you. Bye-bye. What? Did Bobby say women should shut up and not be in leadership position? Okay, I'm out of this chat. Bye. Of course. Bye-bye, man. Do you really think women should be in leadership positions? Are you insane? Like what? They should be queens? They should run society as presidents? Do you want a women pilot or a man pilot? Is this even a question?
in Hyde Park,
Vice,
you
yeah.
don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was
They don't stick
just remind
around.
me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in
have?
20 will eventually commit a murder.
Yeah, matter of fact, wait a second. I have to pull this up. 1 second. Let me check it out. 1 second. I have to find this hadith now. I really have to find this hadith. Okay. Let me find this. 1 second, guys. I hope Musa, or whoever it was, is still in the chat. Let me find this. Okay, here we go. Fantastic. This is a hadith of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And there's a context as well. The full narration, as reported by Abu Bakr, is during the days of the battle of Al-Jamah, Allah benefited me with a word I had heard from Allah's apostle. When Allah's messenger was informed that the people of Persia had crowned the daughter of Khurasan as their ruler, Khosrau, he said, "Never will succeed such a nation as makes a woman their ruler." Exactly right. So, there you go. If you want to disagree with me, fine. Disagree with our prophet as well. Women are not cut out to be leaders. Do you want to be led by a woman? Where was there no female prophet ever? Ever. It's completely insane. So therefore, if you have any problems with the statement that a woman shouldn't rule, you are hardcore liberalized. Honestly. Please return to the deen. Like, this has nothing to do with Islam. If you believe that women should be rulers. It's crazy.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5...
Natural women that are truly female, truly in their feminine essence, they want strong leaders, strong males. They want to follow. If you ever get lucky, and honestly by your behavior you will never get lucky because you behave like a woman if you want a woman to rule over you. But if you would actually behave like a man, then you would attract a woman that is very feminine and she then wants to be led by you. Wow, how misogynistic. Oh my god, no. How can you say this? Yes, exactly right. As a man, you should lead and the woman should follow. Very, very simple. I feel pity for anybody that never experienced that.
5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100? Or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But, I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
Sure,
this is
a lot of white
problem.
people commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Yeah, again, I don't live in America, so I really dislike speaking on those subjects for too long. So just briefly, as I said already, if this is truly the statistic, if it is truly the statistic that it is majority black that are committing those violent crimes, then you have an issue there, and this has to be addressed. Just as we have violent crimes predominantly committed by North Africans, for example, in Europe, etc., etc. So it's just what it is, man. Matter of fact, this was in the UAE as well. I believe it was Nigerians. Don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure it was Nigerians. So Nigerians came over to the UAE, and then they started forming gangs. And then they started fighting each other, certain tribes. And then they went to the hardware shop, and they got chainsaws and all kinds of knives. And they started attacking and fighting each other on the open street. Obviously, they all got first caught, put in jail, then deported. And after that, the UAE banned Nigerian passports. So now, is it sad for other Nigerians that behave well? Surely is. But if you have such an issue in a country, then you have to address it. It's just what it is. When it comes down here to Thailand, and I really hope they will do something about it, but it's very unlikely, of course. I reported on this issue a couple of times. We have huge issues with Israelis and with Russians. Every time you hear any problem here, it is always Russians or Israelis. Yes, you have minor drunk incidents as well with Australians, with British people, Germans. But the real shit, when it's happening, and pardon my French, it's always either Israelis or Russians. Okay, now, I'm sure there are some good Israelis. I'm sure, YouTube, I'm sure there are some good Israelis. And I'm sure there are some good Russians, of course. I know some personally. But it is what it is. If you have such a group always misbehaving, then you have to ban them all in order to keep your country safe. That's just what it is. So pattern recognition as such, there's nothing wrong with it. You know, matter of fact, a trait of intelligence in animals, if you look at it just biologically, is pattern recognition. For example, they observed crows, and they saw that crows would recognize where insects and smaller birds would pass, and then they would start building almost like little weapons, little sticks to catch those other animals. So they said, oh, the crow is very intelligent because it has pattern recognition. Yeah, so you as a human being, if you recognize certain things reoccurring, you cannot then scream racism. Then you have to act on it as well. But again, under political correctism, that doesn't work.
Most mass
what's
shootings.
with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with this statement either. Of course, the way that he words it is kind of harsh, but it doesn't matter. In and of itself, his preference that he doesn't want to marry a black woman is totally legitimate. Islamically speaking, we have no racism as such, right? Nobody's superior than the other. But Islamically speaking, we are spiritually equal before God as well as men and women. Still, when it comes down to men and women, we know that we are very, very different. And when it comes down to race, honestly, like for example, when I went to the UAE, I always speak about the UAE, I was quite amazed to see that those people there, they would just marry from specific tribes, which was very shocking to me. Honestly, it was very surprising because I kind of got into it a bit blue-eyed. I was just a revert to Islam, and there is no racism in Islam. And I got over there, and then they were telling me that, yes, certain tribes just won't marry to other tribes. And that was so shocking to me because I thought in Arabia, certainly they don't have that racism anymore. But they do, absolutely. So now my children are mixed as well. You know, first and foremost, I want to talk about this, to lay it out here. Their mother is half black and half white. So my children are 25% black. My son is whiter than me. I know I look very, very white under this extremely bright light here. I'm not that white. Well, my son is definitely whiter than me, and my daughter is browner than me. So she comes more after the mother, and my son, skin-wise, more after me and after the French part, I would even say. But anyways, I liked that. Back then especially, I wanted to diversify my genes a little bit. I didn't mind whatsoever, and I knew that my children will still look like me, because my wife then was half black and half white. When it comes down to now, for example, making the decision, I personally wouldn't choose a black woman either, necessarily, because then my children would be half black. And yeah, to maintain your ethnic background and to want to do that, I don't believe that there's anything wrong with that at all. Zero. If you want to do it, you can. There's nothing wrong with it. But you're not forced to do it. So for example, I remember my wife then telling me that when her father got married to her mother, and the mother was the African woman, all the French people were outraged. And they were shocked, and they didn't want to basically have mixed offspring, or black offspring rather, because they wouldn't be able to relate to their grandchildren as such. They would be so different from them. And I think that's everybody's given right. I'm a race mixer, and I would mix again. Maybe with Asian this time around. I think that's what I'm going to go for. And that's my prerogative. That's my decision making. You know what I mean? But it doesn't have to be enforced, and if you don't like it, automatically you become some sort of racist. I think that's ridiculous. So if he says he doesn't want to live around blacks, he doesn't want to have black kids or mixed kids, I don't see how this is an inflammatory statement. I know it depends on the tone, etc., etc. But it's up to every single individual. I know blacks, for example, that don't want to marry whites because they want to have black children. Okay. Here in Thailand, it's quite interesting as well. Here in Thailand, if you look into the elite of Bangkok, the really wealthy people, the really wealthy Thai families, they don't mix. They don't mix at all. The Thai girls here, the 10 out of 10, really upscale, millionaires' daughters, billionaires' daughters, they don't go for foreigners. They stick to Thai guys. They want to maintain their ethnic allegiance, so to speak. But when it comes down to girls from lower income households, from the villages, etc., from Isan, they go for foreigners. And they don't mind mixing. Actually, they're seeking out the mixing. And that's just what it is. Again, I don't see any issue with it. Bobby's Asian kids, let's make them jacked BJJ fighters, inshallah. Yeah, inshallah. My son just started with judo, by the way. So I hope that the Senegalese, the African genes, will give him a bit more power. Yeah. There's some Senegalese wrestling. Makes you actually very, very strong. So, inshallah. But yeah, next one I think will be Asian. We'll see. Anyways, let's proceed.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea.
Yeah, again, okay. Listen, Nick Fuentes lives from blanket statements, right? But let's break this down. When it comes down to everybody's racist, okay, what does racism mean? Racism, per definition, the way that we understand it nowadays, you hate another race and you want to see that race die or whatever, exterminated. Okay, if you see it like that, no, not everybody is a racist. Definitely not. When it comes down to group allegiance, on the other hand, this has been studied and it's a fact. Okay, let me give you an example. Let's have this thought experiment. Let's imagine you pass out. Something happened. Maybe somebody poisoned you. God knows what. Maybe they knocked you out. You passed out. Now you wake up and you're blindfolded. You take off that blindfold. You look around. Everything is dark. You're in some sort of dark room. You're looking around. You're looking around. And let's assume you're a white person, okay? Just for the sake of the argument. Let's say you're a white person, a European. And now you look around and you're surrounded by 10 tall Nigerians. Okay. Now let's have the same scenario. Yet again, you wake up, you take off the blindfold, and you're surrounded by 10 white Europeans. Okay. I'm sure that the situation will be distressing in both instances. You're wondering what is going on here. But I guarantee you that as a white person waking up in a dark room surrounded by 10 Nigerians, you will be more scared. 100%. Everybody would. And that is simply this group allegiance. It's totally normal. This is tribal, this is instinctive, this is how we grew up over thousands and thousands of years. Even Darwinists will say that this is evolutionary. It's just normal that if it is not your ethnic kind, there will be a natural suspicion, if you will. So in this regard, racism, yes, everybody is racist in that regard, surely. But not in the modern day definition of you're racist, now you hate all the races. I personally love all the races. I'm absolutely fascinated by all the races. I thank Allah for all the races. I genuinely do. It's amazing to see. It's really beautiful. I appreciate when I go to the mosque, for example. I don't know where they're from. I didn't talk with them yet. But we have some African brothers, and they are freakishly tall. It's crazy. I think one of them is at least 2.7 meters, maybe even taller. It's like freakishly tall. And they are built naturally. It's amazing, right? Then the local Thai people here, the way that they look and what their culture brings forth, their eating habits, their martial arts, etc. I'm fascinated by the different races, so I genuinely love all the races. However, to have a preference for your group, to feel more secure in your group, that is just human nature. So in that regard, again, I don't find this inflammatory whatsoever.
Idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's...
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
Yeah, I have to give it to Piers here, because on the one hand, he likes to spit out those statements and say, yeah, well, everybody's racist. But then he was defending his father for not being racist. This is hypocritical.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody... The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all other...
Well, then let's leave him out of it. Let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain.
Yeah, exactly right. We read it here in the chat as well. The Prophet, peace be upon him, mostly married women from the Quraysh, and most of the companions did as well. It's nothing haram, and it's normal, but you can't shun others for doing the opposite, and you can't think that you are superior. Absolutely not. Again, it has nothing to do with superiority, but groupthink, allegiance to your people, trying to maintain your people. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. And Islam doesn't tell you you have to race mix or you shouldn't race mix. It's up to you.
On your show, I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father...
It's shocking because his father didn't want to go to a black restaurant. Okay, shocking.
Father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low, and I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views, and I think that, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father, because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'll
then do you
defend
accept
my
that you
views,
shouldn't
and I'll
talk?
defend the
Listen,
anecdote.
that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show? And you shouldn't tell...
Absolutely not. Absolutely
not.
not.
So it's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're being malicious.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just did.
And they will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words. With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism,
I do.
Let's talk about racism. Let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled
Own it.
in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly.
It's so funny, man. Like, okay, listen. Whatever, bro. This political correctness culture is just mind-numbing. If you admit that you're racist, somehow now you're Satan. You know, like, that's the worst thing you could have ever said. Oh my God. Exposed. Piers Morgan really thinks he got the W here. He thinks he got the win. For what? This was the position of Nick Fuentes all along. And he simply confirms it. And that's what I said in the beginning. He invites Nick Fuentes here to essentially apologize. He's giving him the chance to apologize and to circle back and retract his statements. Nick Fuentes isn't doing that. He's owning up his statements. And that's that. And honestly, in his position, even though I don't agree with his position, you have to own it up like this. Because then they have nothing against you. If you make racist remarks and they say you're racist and you say yes, and then they say again, yeah, well, that means you're racist, and you say yes. Well, then they have nothing against you. That's all.
People who have assumed that you're racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not.
Yeah, over and over again, bro.
So I want to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
Let's go.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by
Absolutely.
Hey, Ree, I have to ask the chat here, man. As I said already, I don't live in America. I cannot really make educated statements about this. I only saw a few statistics, and I'm always very skeptical when it comes down to statistics. It's just what it is. You know, there are many statistics being completely blown out of proportion. So is it really such a problem? I mean, we saw, for example, the Ukrainian girl in the how do you call that thing? Subway, right? Subway train, where she got stabbed by a black guy. So therefore, yeah, if you see such things, especially as somebody that doesn't live there, I would think to myself, well, if I'm sitting on the subway, maybe I shouldn't sit in front of a black person because I saw this on the news, right? It would be normal to think like that. Is it really such a problem in the States? Because I have to say, every black American that I met whilst traveling, phenomenal people. Every black American that I trained with, every African that I trained with, I only had great experiences with Africans. And even in Europe, where we had so much violent crime, etc., Africans really weren't the big deal, weren't really the big issue. It was, as I said, mainly Turks, Arabs, Albanians, etc., etc. So I personally, in my life, never had any issues with Africans whatsoever. Matter of fact, I married a half African. So for me, zero. But you hear that over and over again in the conservative media. So is this really true? If we have any black Americans here, or even whites from America, please let me know genuinely if it is an issue in America. Let me know in the chat.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah,
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them.
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace.
Right, here in the chat, they are taught to hate white people and never forgive them for the slavery of the past. This is what I heard as well. So when it comes down to the civil rights movements, this is where I believe it has been blown completely out of proportion. And yeah, since then, there is this eternal white guilt, and not all, but many apparently, black people started blaming the whites into eternity forever for slavery in the past, and they got into this victim mentality. This is the common narrative, but yet again, correct me if I'm wrong.
Which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent, and we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people, are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city.
Right. Yeah, you see black Americans staying together, Somalians staying together, and Somalis staying together as a community in Minnesota. It's completely normal, man. Even when it comes down to the masjids, for example, when I went to Germany, I was quite surprised. Because in Germany you had, I believe, Somali mosques, definitely Turkish mosques, Albanian mosques for sure as well, and Bosnian mosques. That's what I saw. So therefore, yeah, it's just normal. As a Bosnian, for example, or as somebody from the Balkan, you would much rather go to the Balkan mosque. As a Turk, you would go to the Turkish mosque. Matter of fact, the Turkish mosque in Germany, they have the khutbah in German, in Arabic, and in Turkish. So, yeah, it's not surprising, man. It just... For example, check this out. Here in Thailand, the khutbah is always in Thai. And the majority is Thai. So, we don't have a Balkan mosque here. If you would have a Balkan mosque, I guarantee you, I would be in the Balkan mosque daily. 100%, of course. And I'm not even that nationally affiliated, etc. I really couldn't care less. When it comes down to the subject of Macedonia, for example, I'm seen as a race traitor. I'm seen as the public enemy number one because I spoke out about Macedonian ethnicity, about Macedonian history, etc., you name it. But if they would build a Bosnian mosque here in Bangkok, I would be there. I would proclaim the Adhan. 100%. It's just normal, man. And then I would be eating burek and sirnica after it. It's just what it is. So completely understandable that groups stick together. That's what I mean with racism in the sense of cultural, ethnic allegiance. It's just what we do as people. Birds of the same feather flock together, right? Nothing surprising here at all.
You might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person.
Let's go, bro. Let's go. Maybe you should fund this project, man. Let's make a Bosnian masjid here in Bangkok. I'll bring you guys over. I help you out with the visa. We build the mosque. We fundraise here on my channel. And then we build the masjid, inshallah.
And get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly...
But you have to make cevape as well, bro. Cevape and burek. You have to.
stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew, and they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse.
Finding a Thai wife for you guys, no problem. No problem. No problem, guys. Come over, them. 100%. Thai wife is the easiest of the deal. We find you a Thai wife, I make you the visa, you bring the food, and we build the masjid, inshallah. Yeah, börek is Turkish, but burek is the Balkan version. And it's more delicious, I have to say. When it comes down to baklava, it's Turkish as well. On the Balkan, we have baklava too. Turkish baklava is the best. Better than Arab baklava, 100%. Turkish baklava is the best, hands down, better than Lebanese baklava, etc. Guaranteed. But when it comes down to burek, nothing better than burek, bro. Balkan burek takes the win.
Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person...
How do you feel about mass shootings at school?
You don't want the chicks with dicks. Then it's gonna be hard, man. I thought you were right with that. Sorry, guys. Of course, with no dicks, man. It's not that hard. Even though they become more and more here. The Transformers are everywhere.
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime. And it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm
and
just
what proportion
I'm curious.
What proportion?
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools.
Wait, is my mic working?
What
proportion?
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population. And everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60 to 65% of school shootings by white people.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people.
We have a super chat. It's the first super chat today. Guys, thank you very much. After 2.5 hours of streaming. See, that's really, I have to point this out. I hate talking about this, but I have to, man. 2.5 hours I'm streaming. We got one super chat of 10 euros. Now really think about this, you know? For the people that were complaining about Angel's course. Yeah, about Angel's community, I should say. That they, why would we pay for such a service? Let's just get it free. I've been working 2.5 hours here, streaming, reacting, engaging with the chat, and after 2.5 hours, I get 10 euros. Now imagine, 10 euros divided by 2.5, yeah? So less than $5 per hour. Nobody would take such a job. Think about it. Think about it logically. So anyways, as content creators, you know, when we ask for your support, we actually mean this. Especially when you're censored by YouTube and they consistently demonetize. We live through your support. So thank you for people that reason and understand. Appreciate it. Somebody says, Bobby, be thankful that you're not actually doing physical work. Yeah, bro, sitting on your ass here and talking all the time is not so healthy either, and staring into a camera consistently. So this is physical as well, even though I'm not moving much. But that being said, I used to work over 2 years on Australian construction sites, building roads in the Northern Territory in the sand. So I know what physical labor is as well. Right? Anyways, thank you very much for the super chats. We have 2 now. By Vemu, thank you so much, brother, and by Dawa Trucker. Those brothers always here, always supporting, thank you so much. Allahumma barik, bro, Bobby. Your insights are real and valuable. To the chat, support our brothers in Dawa, at least with how much you spend on fast food. Vet Muslim from T. Yeah, thank you very much for saying it, bro. It's really the case. You know, as I said already, nowadays, people, they really don't seem to get it. You're spending on subscriptions, you're spending it on food. Nowadays, you can't even eat a kebab under $10 anymore. It is what it is. But when it comes down to content online, whatever, we're just gonna do it for free. Dip, dancing monkey. Thank you very much, bro. Appreciate it. Dawa Trucker, thank you so much, man. $20. Appreciate it. He says, in fact, I have a personal experience I faced while trying to board the L, a train system that runs in Chicago. Okay. A crazy black guy tried blocking me from taking the elevator till I pulled my pocket blade. Then he woke up. Yeah, again, I'm not the guy that will say, okay, therefore everybody is like this, because it's certainly not like it. I understand that. But pattern recognition. So if you really have a certain issue with a specific ethnic group, then it is what it is. As I stated, when I grew up in Germany, you had to have a certain behavior when you were engaging with certain people. It's just what it is. If I would get into a fight with Sasha, I'm not going to name his surname, but Sasha was a German guy, and he got kind of loud, and then I slapped him. And I was still very, very young. I think 8 years, 9 years or something like that. I slapped him, and he started crying, and that was the end of it. I wouldn't have done that to Bekim or Bashkim, because I know if I would have done it, then he would call his 10 cousins. So a certain pattern recognition is just human nature and a trait of intelligence. You should use it. That's just what it is. Another super chat for 250 AED. Dirham, thank you so much, brother. Thank you, Habibi. Assalamu alaikum to the UAE. Assalamu alaikum, brother. If you are in Bangkok in August, I want to see you, inshallah. August, it's going to be tough. Because August, I should be in Europe for the summer holidays. But I always meet up with subscribers. Matter of fact, last week I met up with 2 subscribers and with Dondi as well. I talked about this in the beginning of the live stream. Another fellow YouTuber. Really strong dawa from Indonesia. So I always meet up. Matter of fact, when I went to the UAE, I met up with subscribers as well. I always do. And I see that you are from the UAE. So matter of fact, it is more likely that I will be in the UAE end of the year. So yeah, in the next coming weeks. Rather than being in Bangkok in August. But either way, write me an email and we're going to exchange WhatsApp contacts. And then we can go from there. So let me just post my email into the chat. Like this. Wait a second, let me do it on my phone so it's automatic. So anybody that wants to meet up with me, I always meet up with my subscribers. 1 second. Here we go. Yeah, just contact me via this email. Yeah, I became a bully, man. I never was a bully, but it was a strange time when I was still a small kid, and then the bullies were out competing each other, and I had to stand up for myself. Anyways. Ahi, will you be in Dubai or in Abu Dhabi? Highly likely Dubai. It will be just a short layover before heading to Europe. Yeah. So highly likely Dubai. I'm pretty sure that I won't make it to Abu Dhabi. I've never been to Abu Dhabi, matter of fact. Thank you so much, everybody that is supporting. I really appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. When it comes down to the cartels, those are Mexicans. But yet again, pattern recognition, right? It's not about one specific race here. I know that the narrative predominantly when it comes down to... 1 second. When it comes down to conservatives in America, they really love to speak against the blacks over and over again. As I said, that was never my experience. I made it to Jumeirah and to... 1 second, what was the name again? I forgot it. Sharjah, exactly. I loved it, but I haven't made it to Abu Dhabi. Okay, let's continue.
People. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb or are you just not that smart?
What difference
What's
does
the
that make
difference?
to the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is
I'm not. What I'm saying to you is, by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young...
Bobby, you're wrong on Nick and immigration because you don't live in the US. You don't get it. Nick lives in Chicago, which is even more diverse than most places. I absolutely agree. As I stated already, as somebody that doesn't live in the US, I don't like to speak too deeply on the subject because I obviously cannot get it because I don't live there. However, I do have relatives that live in Chicago, and I am very, very aware that it's a very diverse place, let's put it that way. And therefore, yes, certain things like that are happening, which would be yet again another reasoning against specific diversity or another reasoning for harsher laws. So in that regard, I believe we can agree.
Young white men, then presumably your advice...
Homer L. Ignu, 250, thank you very much. Kannst du Deutsch sprechen, Bruder? Ja, selbstverständlich kann ich Deutsch sprechen. Was denkst du denn, Mensch? Yeah, I speak German, and for me it's very surprising that still to this very day people are somehow shocked when I do speak German. I grew up in Germany, so hence I can speak German. I haven't lived in Germany for 11 years, but I still do speak German. I still have some German friends, or let's say foreigners from Germany predominantly, but some Germans as well. And that being said, I even have a German channel. A Dawah channel, inshallah, it will be. I already uploaded 2 videos on Islam, or maybe even 3 by now. So yeah, very, very soon. More to come, inshallah. But I'm very removed from the German YouTube space, and therefore I don't really see what I should react to. So I always ask people on that channel as well what I should react to. Aber ja, ich spreche Deutsch, meine Freunde. Wollt ihr die totale Bobby's Perspective auf Deutsch? Yes, yes, yes. Ja, ja, ja.
Advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white.
Sehr guter Typ. In Deutsch sagt, Grüße aus Deutschland, hör bitte auf, die türkische Community als kriminell zu stigmatisieren. Wir kämpfen schon genug mit Vorurteilen. He says I should stop stigmatizing the Turkish community as criminals because they're already fighting with a lot of prejudice. Again, I'm just keeping it real on my channel. I'm not saying every Turk is a criminal. That would be ridiculous. I know some Turks that are more German than Germans. Absolutely assimilated. So therefore, that's not my claim here at all. I'm simply reporting on what I experienced growing up. And when it came down to most violent crimes, it was predominantly Albanians, Turks, and Arabs. They're just factual. That's what I lived. If you want to call it an anecdote, if you want to say, okay, that's maybe what is happening in NRW, because that's where I'm coming from, that is fine. Absolutely. Maybe it's not happening at all in Bavaria. However, where I'm coming from, that was my upbringing. And I always share it as well for dawah purposes. I simply tell you the way that I grew up, surrounded by Muslims, and hence having a bad connotation when it comes down to Islam, to say the very least. I would even go so far to say that it would have been very hard for me to revert to Islam if I would have stayed in Germany. So for me, I started seeing the beauty of Islam in Malaysia, in Indonesia, even in Thailand. So Asian countries predominantly. And then later on in the UAE. So that's just what it is. But again, if I'm making such statements, I'm simply speaking about my own experience. I'm not saying that every Turk therefore must be a criminal. Quite the opposite. I know Turks that were much more successful than me. Matter of fact, listen, I was a criminal. I was a criminal myself. I don't simply point the finger. I can point it right back at me. I was a criminal as well. I was facing big charges too. That's it. Now it's over 10 years ago. Technically, I can speak publicly about it. Es ist ja schon verjährt, meine Freunde, ne? Yeah, but that's just what it is. So therefore, no knock on anybody Turkish there that is assimilated. It's a hard-working citizen, etc. Of course, there are Turks like that. It's just what it is.
Right?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. 1%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools, why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school and all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, it's just not livable.
I have an answer for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the
are
population.
you hearing it? No.
So I think the trouble with your statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney. And when you say,
okay,
well, it's true. And when you're confronted with reality, you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings?
Somebody in the chat says, the Bosnian Muslim, if I was a billionaire, I would have a kid from every nation except Indian. Hey, I met lovely Indians. Matter of fact, my editor is Indian. Shout out to him. The Muslim Indians that I met, amongst the best people, hands down. I really have to say this. When it comes down to Hindus, they were nice to me as well, but I cannot really relate to them. So, yeah. And a lot of dirty practices. We already know. Street food, poop festivals, etc., etc. But yeah, if I were a billionaire, I would most definitely already have mixed kids. As I said, they are partially black. If I could have infinite kids, I would have another black mix, I guess. Maybe with Congolese could be strong. Nigerian, I don't know. Asian for sure, but that's what I'm going to do anyways, inshallah, if Allah allows it. A Mongolian, I would really love to. I have a strong affinity towards Mongolian. Maybe they can teach me throat singing as well. That would be amazing. And certainly some Arab-speaking country. Yeah, as well. And I still don't have any Balkan bobbies, so potentially a Balkan wife would be good as well. Yeah. Maybe a Bosnian wife. Could be. Bobby, what are your thoughts on race mixing? I am a race mixer. That is my thoughts. I'm a race mixer already. My kids are 25% Senegalese, 25% French, and 50% Balkan. So therefore, I'm already as much of a race mixer as you can be. I don't mind. As I said, Islamically speaking, you can do it, but you don't have to do it. That's what it is. I love all races. I do understand the utility of sticking with your own kind as well, for a stronger homogeneous family structure. When it comes down to, let's say, kings, when we're talking about the kings in the UK, that's why it was such a big deal when one of them became a race mixer, because it changes the fabric of who this English royal family is. And as I stated here, in Bangkok, the elites, the ones that are really high up, the millionaires, etc., they don't race mix either. So they maintain their family structure, so their offspring falls into the exact same footpath. That is understandable. I completely get it. I personally, on the other hand, really like women from other races. I really do. I'm not so keen on my own race, to be fair. I remember every time I would go back to Macedonia, I wasn't attracted to any woman down there at all, truly. I liked Croatian women. They were very beautiful, admittedly. But other than that, not so good experiences. And yeah, I really like Asian women as well. So yeah, I'm just a race mixer, man. I love race mixing. Mix it up, bro. I love it.
White people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No. Tell me the number, and then
the only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe because you don't.
See, no one's buying this. This
kids.
argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you're.
Yeah, Dua Lipa is definitely attractive, sure.
You race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion.
I'm playing Pokemon in real life. Yeah, it's true, man. Shiny Pokemon. We found a shiny Pokemon in Thailand.
Proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black.
Why aren't you attracted to your own race of women? Yeah, interesting question, I guess. To me, they always seemed like my sisters. Kind of hits too close to home, I guess. That's really what it comes down to. And I always enjoyed novelty, for better or for worse. So I was always a very curious kid. And growing up in Germany, I never felt like a German, because I'm from the Balkan. Every time I would go back to Macedonia, I would feel at home, at least when I was still very little. But then the older I grew, the more I became the German, you know? So in Macedonia, I was the German. In Germany, I was the Macedonian. And I never really felt home. Matter of fact, I didn't enjoy life in Europe as such. I just couldn't relate to many things. It didn't seem real. It seemed like a bubble, and I knew that this is most certainly not how life is all around the world. And so finally, alhamdulillah, in 2014, I left Europe for good. I went to Australia, and I really loved the diverse culture in Australia. So this is when this neo-nationalism thinking completely broke up for me. Because matter of fact, I enjoyed diversity much more. Much more. When I was in Sydney, when I was in Melbourne, I just enjoyed it so much. There were so many different people. Matter of fact, I will never forget that when I saw the islanders for the very first time. Fijians, Samoans and whatnot. For me, it was amazing because I've never seen such people in my life. Never. And I really wasn't spending much time on the internet. So when I saw such people in real life, I was amazed. I loved it. I was like, wow, people from all around the world, different people here. Then I saw the Aboriginals, etc. And then I finally moved to Indonesia, to Bali predominantly. And I spent 4 months over there. And then I met the Indonesians. I didn't even know that there was a country that is called Indonesia. I was very green back then. I was a total idiot, man. A complete idiot. I just knew Germany, Amsterdam, and the Balkan. That was my triangle. So I didn't see anything else. So once I started traveling, I opened up my mind, and I loved it. I love to be in cities where you have people from everywhere. So refreshing. And yeah, needless to say, I don't want to promote sin here, but yeah, seeing all of those women from different countries, I was amazed. I was very, very happy and very glad that you have different women from different races, different countries. I was very, very happy about that. Yeah, I just enjoyed it. And to this very day, I feel more attracted to women from different races than from my own. I guess it's about the novelty, it's about the excitement. It's something else. Yeah, that's about it. And when it comes down to European women and the way that they've been liberalized and feminized, not feminine, but how would you call this? Feminismized, I guess. Yeah, I just hate their behavior. They're not submissive. They don't know how to treat a man. So I enjoy other countries much more. Yep.
Black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment and we see what it's like. And the threat, the danger in terms of probability it's not even comparable. And I would say this to your point. if you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
I'm not. No, I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago, right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is,
Okay, all the Americans in the chat, this is something that I find very interesting as well. Don't get me wrong, I find it extremely attractive that you have access to guns. I find it very attractive, of course. As a man, you like to have access to guns, you like to shoot. But when it comes down to the American perception of it, or at least from what I've heard, many conservatives, many patriots, they will say, well, you want to be like the UK where the government takes away your guns, you know, and you cannot stand up to your government. Only the government has guns and you cannot defend yourself. But is this really what is happening? I mean, is anybody truly standing up to the government with their guns? If you shoot a cop, you're done. It's over. Even if you accomplish that, right? Let's say you want to stand up to the government and you storm the Capitol as they did, right? Or you shoot a cop, it's over for you. You're done, finished, right? They have the whole military complex. So it doesn't matter that you can have a gun. So you, realistically speaking, will never fight the government with your guns. That will never happen. And so therefore, the gun violence will always happen between people, between the common folks, between the peasants, the plebs. That's just what it is, right? So therefore, yeah, I'm kind of torn there. When it comes down to having guns in America, who's really suffering from having those guns? In the end, you're not really standing up to the men, are you? Let me know in the chat.
Then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist. So they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot. And it's true. I mean, they are a largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population. And I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely desirable. And I think even
Nick,
black people do.
Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view.
Yeah.
But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, I am a racist, unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. You know, I get a lot of attacks when I talk about that I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage.
Yeah, that's not true. So, okay, this is what we talked about, right? I don't share this point. I don't share his belief system here to say that I'm against interracial marriage. Why would you be against interracial marriage? This I really don't understand. I cannot relate to it. If you yourself don't want to get married to another race, fine. And on top of that, as we already stated, this guy is an incel. He never had a woman in his life. He doesn't even know how it feels to be next to a woman, to be close to a woman. So why would he now make this blanket statement for everybody out there to not be in a interracial marriage? How? How? This is like me saying, I'm not for whatever, for Arabs eating Arabic food, I guess. it's completely retarded. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's craziness. This guy never had a woman, and now he's going to tell you that intermixing shouldn't be a thing. Why? Why shouldn't it be? And this is why it's so frustrating when you see people standing up for his movement, which is America First, such as Sneeko, which I like a lot. I think he's a very good brother. But he's a total mixture, right? He's Filipino, black, everything. He's mixed with everything. And now he's going to be friends with Nick Fuentes, who is against race mixing. Again, I want to make this very, very clear. I'm not against race mixing. I'm a race mixer myself. But my position is, if you don't want to race mix, that should be A-okay. And if you want to race mix, that should be A-okay. Very, very simple.
Jews,
but you're the
Chinese,
product of an
Hispanics.
interracial marriage.
On top of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable.
Not
Let's
really.
say for the sake of
Not
argument,
really.
sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage. And your father is part Mexican. You're literally,
For the sake of
you're
argument,
literally
we
the
could
very
say
person
sure.
you've just told me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
Well, what do you think it is?
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Hispanic. Of course it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
It's a mix between two races. It's a mix between indigenous Americans
It's not
and
white,
Europeans.
though, is it? It's not white.
Well, apparently you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
Not
a one
really.
drop
You just
rule
keep
thing
saying you
going.
only want to
Kind
live in a
of.
white neighborhood.
Nah, he's just diverting here. So, if he, for example, could prove that his Mexican ancestry is purely Spanish, then I would say that he's not really race mixed to a big extent. You could say that the Spanish and the Italian are somewhat similar, and then you would have the Irish part, right? So the Irish part, yeah, would be a very white European phenotype, and then mixed with Iberian, I guess. Still race mixed, but to a lesser extent. Still European. However, if he comes from the Mexican part that is indigenous to that land, then he's a product of race mixing, for sure.
But you're literally from a mixed race background yourself. You've literally
and I
got
live in
Mexican blood.
Nah, somebody in the chat says he is a voluntary celibate. He knows women just want him for his fame and wealth. Absolutely not true. I heard him refer to himself as an incel. He doesn't want to date modern women. He kind of hates women in that regard. And he would take like a trad wife and blah, 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 blah. It's all bullshit, man. This guy has zero experience with women, and therefore you cannot listen to him when it comes down to the subject of women.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here, though. But I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing:
Do you have any non-white? Do you have any non-white friends? Genuine question.
Most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show because they respect the honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah. And so how do they feel when you say you just want to be away?
Yeah, exactly right. The question shouldn't be now whatever it will be. I think the question will be if Sneeko and the rest are alright with him not wanting to live around blacks. That's not even the main question. The question would be, or should be rather, why isn't he pro-race mixing? Because his friend Sneeko wouldn't exist, and he wouldn't exist either.
Away from any black people. Walk away from them.
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about it. And I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. You know, I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us and it matters to each other. And black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that, and people like me that have partial.
Race realism is okay. If I say, for example, that race realism works when we're speaking about certain people, such as Michael Jordan. Sure, that is true. I will never be a Michael Jordan because I'm not a tall black guy. Surely. When it comes down to sprinting, running, we know that blacks are much, much more superior when it comes down to that. Even when it comes down to rhythm. Absolutely. I've been surrounded by Africans, and you see African babies, and they hear a beat and they start dancing. White kids don't do that. Not like that. So, sure, there are differences. Absolutely, when it comes down to race. Race realism as such can have value to an extent. But when it comes down to his ideology, he's mentioning Kanye West. He and Kanye West share the same ideology. So therefore, how can you say then that race is real even though Kanye holds the same belief systems as you? Right? There's only so much to it. In the end, people can adopt certain belief systems. And we see that especially through religion, of course. When it comes down to Christianity, the belief systems, the ethics that are held in Christianity, and he as a Christian must believe that as well, they all become brothers in Christ, and they hold very, very similar ethics and morals, etc. And the same comes down to Islam as well, right? The biggest transformation, because I already mentioned Indians. Man, Indian Muslims are amongst the best people. But then when we see certain things from Hindus, repulsive, right? But it's the same race, it's the same ethnicity, they're the same people. But a belief system can change a behavior of an ethnic group, totally. Especially if that belief system is founded on truth. Hence, race realism only goes so far. I would agree with pattern recognition. As I said, for example, if it's true that you had Pakistani grooming gangs in the UK and that was really the case, sure, then you have to address it. Then you absolutely have to address it and be, of course, prepared to do something about it and to be protective about your children, etc., you name it. That's just what it is. Same way I would be very protective of my children if I would go with them to a beach here in Thailand and I would see a bunch of old white guys staring at my children. I would think those are pedos. Pattern recognition, yet again. You understand? So in that regard, yes. But in terms of all-encompassing ideology, I see that all races can come together. And this is yet again the beauty of Islam. Because Islam truly brings us together. Yet again, you don't have to therefore race mix then, and everybody has to become brown. That's not the case. But in terms of a brotherhood, in terms of establishing a moral society, where everybody is equal, spiritually, sure, only Islam can do that. Dawa Trucker, thank you so much, brother, for the support, man. Appreciate it. He says, Bobby, unfortunately, America... Dawa Trucker sent a super chat. Thank you very much. Bobby, unfortunately, America has been the hotbed of racism. Literally, the United States has committed racism to every group that has immigrated to the US throughout its history and feel privileged. Yeah, sure, I know that. When it comes down to the Italians, to the Irish, I'm not too sure. But, yeah, I believe that this whole racism problem, quote-unquote, is a real American phenomenon that we see. That's why, when I started watching Jesse Lee Peterson, I think it was 2020 during the COVID time, I got a very negative picture on America. And my wife at the time, she was watching it as well, and she was shocked to hear those things about black people because she grew up in Africa. And she never faced such issues. Quite the opposite. You know, matter of fact, what she described about Senegal was quite endearing, quite beautiful, matter of fact. She said that, sure, sometimes you have some crazy person and he tries to stab somebody or to rob somebody, pickpocket, and then the whole street would get together and they would capture the guy and beat him up. And that's not what you see with white people, for example. If something happens, the white people, not all of them, but most of them just stand back and, oh, what is happening? Let's call the cops. So, matter of fact, yeah, of course you always had criminals in all kinds of societies, but the Africans, they would help each other out quite a bit. So yeah, as I was saying, for me personally, growing up throughout my life, I had only good experiences with black people, no matter where I would go to. But in the American media, it is depicted as a big, big issue. But I'm skeptical, because I'm just an observer here. Well said, Bobby, only Islam eliminates racism. It is only Islam that truly eliminates racism, if we follow it correctly, of course. And as we stated here, in Islam there is no superiority, but at the same time there is no incentive that you therefore have to race mix. If you don't want to race mix, you don't have to. If you want, you can. Very, very simple logic. Because in the end, yeah, I find it just so funny that an incel is talking about this, you know? Like when you meet a woman and that woman is sharing your values and you agree and you're attracted to that woman, for me personally, it doesn't matter where she's from, you know, so I don't mind. I don't have to have only Balkan children, but I will admit as well that it is of course easier if you have certain belief systems and certain cultural things that you share too. So if I would have, let's say, a Balkan wife now and she would make burek for me and she would cook food that I know that my mother made, yeah, sure, that's endearing. Or certain predispositions that we have as Balkan men, only a real Balkan woman can truly understand us. I run into quite some issues with all kinds of foreign women throughout my life because they never understood my Balkan way and they never understood my German sarcasm. And I would have issues over issues. They would just not get it. And yeah, therefore I understand the utility. For example, if I would get a Balkan woman that grew up in Germany, she would get me so much more than any other woman. That is just what it is. So there is much more ease to it.
So
Bada
Mexican
bing.
ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
The reason
as you
I
say.
use the word aversion is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see black people. That is an aversion to black people based on their skin color.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him
how many
than die.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally, far fewer.
But how
far
many?
fewer.
How many? Do you know?
Here we have a comment. Talk about the blacks in America. Please don't globalize all black people as the same in one specific place. That's retarded. That's what I said, man. As I stated already. But matter of fact, all the black Americans that I met, they were all super cool. And yeah, all the other Africans that I met, no matter if it was Senegal, Nigeria, Congo, Tanzania, South Africa, everybody was awesome to me. So yeah, I only had good experiences with blacks. I cannot relate.
You know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it
No,
up. I don't have
you're
it in
very
front of
big
me.
on. You're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was.
But when it comes down to black Americans, again, what we see in the media, I mean, it's very self-destructive anyways, right? When it comes down to rap culture, gang culture, etc. All of those rap songs, and don't get me wrong, I always loved rap. I still enjoy rap music, I have to admit. When a song is playing, I do like it. But all of those songs are just about fornication, drugs, and shooting. So it's a very degenerative content, of course. And if you make this your culture, you have a big issue.
Horrific, for the record. Absolutely horrific. And should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offences and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from
Okay.
experience.
Okay.
Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on. And I would add to that, you know, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After
But
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the neck.
perpetrated by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
And then not
implying that
only
white
did-
people don't.
Yeah, Chad, this is something that I cannot really talk about, but I know that the music industry and the incentive and the push towards gangster rap has not been necessarily done by black people. Let's put it that way.
Do this, and my point to you, Nick
Okay.
Fuentes, is of
Yeah.
course,
Oh, I never said white people don't do it.
deranged white people commit heinous acts, but you don't either
No
know.
disagreement.
You
I'm not gonna.
you neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. You know, the problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism. They're victims of slavery. They've been told, really, there's no accountability.
Who told them that?
If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as...
Thank you again, bro. Truly appreciate the super chat by Dawa Trucker, the biggest supporter here. Bobby, the Caucasian men in power who have created this negative picture about the black people, it's because it's colonial racist nature. They've created the disparity, crimes, drugs, killings, etc., etc. Yeah, the white people in power. That's as much as I can say here yet again. But I would agree that there is an external force creating those food deserts, those low-income structures, the push for abortion. Look into Planned Parenthood, for example. Planned Parenthood. They have countless of abortion clinics in black communities. There is an incentive for degeneracy to destroy those people. Surely, I absolutely agree with that. But at the same time, I hate victim mentality. And therefore, I do know exactly who destroyed the Balkan as well. I know exactly who's dividing my people on the Balkan. I know exactly who founded as well the Orthodox Church on the Balkan, etc., etc., you name it. So I understand all of those external factors, but at some point we have to stand up and take responsibility and accountability, especially as men, of course. And that's why I see a lot of this victim narrative now with the whites, to be totally honest. Right, they're crying, oh, it's the Jews, whatever. And, oh, the Muslims, they are creating so many babies. And they're not doing anything about it. Right? As we saw in the comment section, for example, oh, we need to see church bells everywhere. Yeah, okay, but you're not going to see church bells everywhere by simply commenting online. What you have to do is dawah, essentially. You have to evangelize. You have to stand up for your cause. And you have to create many, many kids. That's just what it is. And you're not doing that. So therefore, you're going to lose the battle. That's all I'm saying. So when I see victim narrative, it doesn't matter which race it is, which ethnicity, which group of people, which religion. You have to stand up and build yourself up. So oftentimes, again, when it comes down to caliphate, for example, we see people cry about it online and this. We have to become strong as an ummah. That's the main focus right now. As an ummah, we have to become strong. First and foremost, with our iman. That's what it is. So you have to have unshakable iman first, then group allegiance, and then be fruitful and multiply as the Bible says. Yeah, you have to produce kids. And the Muslims are already better at that anyways. Then support each other, fund each other's projects, support each other, and make each other strong. That's how it works with any type of ideology. And if you build that environment and you create many kids, then those kids are highly likely to stay in that environment. But matter of fact, you will never have a guarantee. So for example, if you have one son only, God knows what will happen. Allahu alam. He could become anything. He could become a Muslim. He could become a kafir. He could become gay. He could become anything. It's just what it is. But if you have 10 kids, even if you have 1 or 2 or 3 astray, still the majority, inshallah, will stay on the straight path. That's just how it works. It's just numbers. And therefore, it's always the same game. And when it comes down to the whites now, victim blaming as well. Yeah, but it's the blacks, but it's the Jews, but it's the this, but it's the that. Okay, man. Okay, fine. So just do what you want to do. Promote Catholicism, etc. But you see that Catholics, such as Nick Fuentes, they're not really doing dawah. It's always about nationalism. It is always about America first. It is always about evil foreigners. It is always about, but the modern women bad. See the beautiful difference. In Islam, for example, even if our sisters are sinning, and I've seen it, matter of fact, no matter where in the world, I've seen many Muslims sin big time. But we're not here exposing them, talking about them, blah, blah, blah. Oh, those bitches are for the streets. That's not what we do to our sisters. We try to call them back to the straight path, right? We give dawah, etc. And that's what is missing with them. But matter of fact, it's over. It's a post-Christian society because the Christian project has failed already. It's a very different time. People are not really coming to Christ the way that they try to display this online because the theology is so flawed. And truly, as much as I'm against atheism, but the atheists really dismantled Christianity. It's out there. You always see people like David Wood, etc. They try to project it onto Islam and say, well, Islam is falling apart in real time. The internet is the biggest enemy to Islam, the biggest apostasy, blah, blah, blah. It's nonsense. Even if you just look at the statistics, Islam is growing. It is the only religion that is, matter of fact, growing. Hands down. Next to atheism. Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, everybody's dropping out. Christians are dropping out the most. They have the biggest apostasy rate. That's just what it is. And so therefore, how will they create strong nations again? How will they have those Christian revivals? The Crusades. It's only an online crusade. Nothing more, nothing less. It's just memes. It's just memes about the leopard king and whatnot. They're not really doing anything. All the wars that are being fought nowadays by those quote-unquote Christian countries are secular wars. It's bullshit. That's just really what it boils down to. And so therefore, they need true Christian dawah, and they need to recruit people to that cause. But it won't happen, because Christianity has been dismantled, and nobody in this day and age will believe, not nobody, but very, very little people nowadays will believe that Jesus Christ is God. They won't believe it, simply. And since you see people, yes, they become more nationalistic, yes, they become more conservative, yes, they become more traditional, and yes, they're adopting their Christian ways again, but not because they're really believing it. And that's why it cannot last. In Islam, we truly believe that there's nobody like Allah. We believe that there's only one God worthy of worship, and that He sent prophets, and we believe in all of them. That's it. But Christianity is a very, very tough sale. If I was a businessman only, and you would try to sell me some sort of belief system, and I would have the power of my people, let's say, and you would ask me, what kind of belief system do you want to adopt for the people? And they would try to sell me the Trinity now, with a crucified God that came and suffered for our sins, etc., you name it. Yeah, if I want to enslave the population, maybe I would try that, but that ship has sailed. It's just not there anymore. Nobody will buy it, you understand? It's a flawed product. It's a flawed product, especially in this hard time now, where you have so much promiscuity, so much degeneracy, drug use, you name it. Only Islam can save those nations. And that's why, again, when it comes down to immigration in Europe, I would have much stricter laws. Absolutely. I wouldn't let in any immigrant anymore, at all, into Europe right now. I really mean this. Because they're enough. They're enough. We have so many jobs and people are just not working. They're just leeching off the system. That is factual. Absolutely. So anybody that is a leech, I would kick out. Anybody that is criminal, I would kick out. I would clean up the streets as well. But I would impose Islam as the state religion. Because that is the only thing that can lead those people onto the straight path. Nothing else. Nothing else. I would love to see Islam on the Balkan. I would love to see Islam in Germany. But I would love to see it predominantly held by Germans as well. Absolutely. For sure. Because those people need it the most. Anyways.
As decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence. And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media, on
so
the
just
body
to be clear,
cam footage,
you don't like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists.
I see where this is going.
Yeah,
Are you
ahead
going
of
to
me.
turn this around on me?
You're ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said,
Very
what
clever.
black friends have you got? You said,
I am
yay.
kind of black,
Yay.
aren't I?
No, not that. You said,
Oh, yay
I'm not
also.
saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America. Do you understand the problem? So he's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why.
Fair enough. I mean, if we're talking about narcissism, yeah, Ye is #1.
Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life.
I have, yeah.
Okay, well, then you know. He's nothing but polite, considerate.
Actually, he was very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also...
Well, you keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black? Because you're being very rude by interrupting me right now.
To you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is a guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite. And by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay.
We're talking
he's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite.
Which, again, would confirm then that quote-unquote race realism isn't as realistic as he proposed it to be. Because if Kanye is nothing like the other blacks, but he's totally black, how can that be? Strange.
Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back and talk about anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish people, and indeed what Ye has said about the same subject matter.
The real Dr. Hank McCoy says, I took my Shahada, Takbir, and left Christianity. Allahu Akbar. The hypocrisy in Christianity is what pushed me away. Yeah, absolutely. There is no answer to anything, man.
Angel Studios are back with a new must-see documentary. It's called Thank You, Dr. Fauci. And you're going to hear a lot more about it over the next few months. Award-winning filmmaker Jenna Thirst digs into the origins of COVID-19, a possible bio-arms race with China, and claims about history's biggest public health cover-up. It's not a right-wing film or a left-wing film. It's a film about transparency, which is something we should all care about.
Oh, wow. Yeah, now, 5 years later, you can expose COVID. When I talked about this in 2020, my channel got deleted, man.
And interrogate
amazing.
Described as Oppenheimer meets Outbreak. And if you've ever wondered what really happened behind
the truth comes out. Yeah, buddy.
Angel Studios is powered by skilled members focusing on real stories. You can find out more at angel.com/peers. Become a member, stream Thank You, Dr. Fauci, and be part of the conversation, demanding truth and accountability.
Yeah, Chad, that's the easiest argument, man. But they won't understand it. Was Jesus Christ a Christian? Yes or no? No, obviously not. He was not a Christian. When he was prostrating, he wasn't doing the cross. He was praying to the Father, but he wasn't praying to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He wasn't singing Ave Maria, etc., man.
Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. Let's just turn to anti-Semitism. In your interview with Stephen Crowder last week, you answered emphatically that you don't hate all...
Why do Christians lie about Islam so much when their own religion contains loads of contradictions? That's why. That's exactly why. Because their religion is full of contradictions, and that's why they have to attack the congruent religion.
Jews, is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans.
How about Muslims?
And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real. It's true. I can prove it. I can show you. I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you...
I'm just going to let him speak. And again, I personally can play such clips, but I cannot really comment on it, which is quite fascinating.
What do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe, religion, or elsewhere, they see each other above or maybe on a different level alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation.
That is factual.
The Jews in America.
That would apply to Muslims as well as the Ummah. So we would put our religious affiliation higher than our nationality.
The Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up.
Nick also claimed to be Catholic first, American second. I've never heard him say that, but it would be kind of funny actually, because his whole campaign is America first, right? And you don't judge a person by what they say, but what they do. So therefore, their whole campaigning is America first, or their idea of America first, and Catholicism second. Because if he was a true Catholic, then he wouldn't make a statement that he doesn't want to live next to blacks. Matter of fact, he would make the statement that he wants to be surrounded by Catholics, no matter what the race is.
And that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip. I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty...
He's really such a boomer, man. Look at his face. What the hell? Honestly. Like, what kind of face is this? Like, what do you like then about them? If you don't really hate them, can you please tell us what you like then? And if you tell us... What the hell, man? What the hell? If you can absolutely hate... Let's say you hate Arabs, but you really love Arab food. Does that make you now not hate the Arabs just because you love their food? What kind of dumb question is that anyways? So now Nick is gonna say a few things that he likes, quote unquote, or certain positive attributes about the Jews, and then therefore he neutralized his previous claims? What is this?
Remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections because they were a witness to Christ's passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly in interviews. I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is a sort of natural opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is the Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian land.
Muslims do.
For thousands of years, and they have been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated, and that's why there's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of distrust. There's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people. So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
But that's weird because you said this.
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ fought with the Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages. Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
The Jews and Christians have...
I have to applaud him on this. So yet again, I don't think that this has anything to do with him having Jewish friends as such on a human level. But when it comes down to those two theologies, they're mutually exclusive, absolutely. So you have this strong push for Judeo-Christian values, but there is no such thing. As he said correctly from the get-go, this is what the whole schism was. Christianity is ultimately a Jewish heresy. That's what it boils down to. The Christians claim that the Messiah has come. The Jews were opposed to that. And then later on, through Pauline modification, they started deifying Christ, which goes straight against the Torah. Moreover, then with the Talmudic Judaism period, you have a very strong opposition, to say the very least, against Jesus as being the Messiah, as being the prophet, and his mother. And therefore, those religions are absolutely opposed to each other, and they have nothing in common. So, on a theological level, there is no friendship. That is true.
Never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
Yeah, so easy. As peoples, right. As nations.
Got it.
Not saying every individual Christian, and of course there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts to Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples, they've never been aligned.
As a Roman, I'm a Catholic
okay.
like you, and I have many Jewish friends. And I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends. I have Jewish friends. We're both Catholics. Therefore, we're Christians. It doesn't really quite add up.
Well, like I said, as peoples, there has been an historical antagonism as peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways, they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular, the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
People talk about, well, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow. Because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
It is funny.
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
I do actually. I mean, I do because I just find it.
Yeah, if you say this in Germany, you're done. You end up in prison. You cannot say such things. And I still hold the German passport, so I have to be super careful. But yeah, it is funny. Of course it's funny, dude. What the fuck?
Extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke
Max.
about.
Why, too soon? Is it too soon to make jokes?
How many people do you think
Yeah, for real, man. Like, we're making jokes about everything, but somehow you cannot make jokes about this, huh?
died in the Holocaust?
Still not.
How many Jewish people?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 6 million, something like that.
So you
8 million?
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could be, maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the number?
Oh my god, man. Pierce, please. He doesn't even see the sarcasm here. This is unbelievable, bro. He's so removed from the zeitgeist. It's amazing that this guy can still run a show. I suck with technology. I call myself Boomer Bobby for fun, yeah? But this guy is so removed, man. It's insane. Yeah, potentially was 10 million Pierce. Maybe 20 million. 100 million Pierce. Gazillion.
Numbers in the past.
Oh my god, man.
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy, however many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But what's interesting about this is in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And
Yup, in Germany.
that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries.
Yep.
And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that this is almost like a religious dogma in the West. No other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100,000, and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a job? That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal, and I'm not saying you as Piers Morgan, but if your goal, if you're an advocate for awareness about this, if your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened, I think the last thing you'd want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it. So there's
100%.
really been no open debate
If you want to understand who controls you, ask yourself who you cannot critique.
about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced about 60 years ago.
But there
And
is no debate to be had about the number of people who were murdered. Even the Nazis in the trials after the war confirmed the numbers. The amount of
Why is there no debate to be had? Okay, for example, let's take the flat earth debate. So now the majority of people are convinced that the earth is round. Fine. And most people that are convinced that the earth is round think that the people that believe that the earth is flat are complete idiots. Total idiots, unscientific, etc. But still you have debates over and over and over again. Nobody's going to jail for it. So why would you go to jail if you don't believe a certain narrative? Strange.
documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented in the history of mass slaughter of human beings. So we have
No, in Russia you had 20 million killings, right? So the genocide in Russia through the Bolsheviks was much greater, indeed.
a very clear idea of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers. We have a very clear idea of how many were starved to death, were kept in ghettos, died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches. We know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least...
Yeah, I think in the Congo 12 million, I'm not too sure. Under the Belgians, and humongous atrocities. Insane. They amputated the limbs of children. They kept them in zoos. Yeah, actual zoos, human zoos. They brought them over to Europe, black people in cages. So, yeah, Absolutely atrocious. But nobody blinks an eye if you say, well, maybe it was 2 million. Maybe it didn't happen. Who knows? Nobody cares. It's only this one.
At least 6 million.
Why?
What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that,
You
which may
concede
be
it.
news to a lot of your
You believe it as
regular
well.
viewers
Uh-huh.
who have constantly heard you quibble
No.
with the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust. And for the record, just to confirm what I think you told me, you do now accept that at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Well, no, I said it could be. It could even be higher than
Well,
that.
it could
I said
be higher.
be-
That is
I think
true.
it's at least.
But you
I think you're
accept
right.
at
It is
least.
at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But it
Okay.
could be 100
Well,
times
people
more
are going
than
to be
that.
okay. The people are going to be.
But let me respond to your.
Oh my god, man, look at this face. He really doesn't get it. He just told him it could be at least 100 times as much. So 600 million. And Piers Morgan says, yeah. You conceded that. You conceded that.
Let me respond to the rest of your question.
Oh my god.
What
man.
you're saying, I understand where you're coming from when you say it has been documented and there are confessions and so on. Let that speak for itself. But you don't see, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yep.
But the United Kingdom is censored and Europe is censored. And if you talk about these things, you will be put in jail in many countries. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should be allowed to say what they want to say, and they should be then
No, you do.
made accountable for what they say. If you have an employer, they can make a view
During COVID, he was attacking everybody that was speaking against the jab.
about whether you are
Against
the right kind of
everybody.
person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized, is my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been frog marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media, right? So, yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died
Oh
of
my
the Holocaust.
God.
And there'll be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that because you have built a reputation
300
for being,
million.
if not a Holocaust
500
denier,
million.
than somebody constantly questioning in a
1
downward
billion.
way the number of Jews who were murdered.
Oh my
That
god.
doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
Apparently, yeah.
No, and here's what I would like to see for my entire career.
Wow.
When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of these narratives. And I said, what is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And so I actually haven't made up my mind on that because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge
Where's
because
the
there has
Hitler
never
coup,
been
right?
there's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because
Yeah,
of the
yeah, it's
censorship.
true, guys.
And I think that leads a lot of
Anyways, man, we've been at it for almost 4 hours. So I'm gonna stop this video for now. I'm gonna chill with you guys a little bit. And yes, it is true. It is true. I really have to be careful with what I say here. For numerous reasons. First and foremost, we've been striked twice. We've been shadow banned. We've been demonetized, etc., etc. And yes, I'm still a German citizen. I'm not registered in Germany anymore, but yes, I do go to Germany occasionally. And hence, I cannot really say what I'm thinking. How amazing is that, guys? Anyways, this is why I always say the best talks happen offline. Anyhow, 4 hours has been a long time. My back starts to hurt here. Ich habe Riken. Let's just chill for 10 more minutes. What's happening with those hairs, man? Let's chill for 10 more minutes and then, inshallah, tuning out sooner or later. If you have any questions, send them through. If you want to send them through Super Chat, thank you very much. Appreciate it. If not, that is cool too. I will try to answer as many questions as possible. And then I have to eat something. Today we're gonna have Fit Go chicken breast. Bobby, kako si? Dobar, kako si ti? Yeah, I literally cannot afford another strike, believe it or not. But we'll see, man. Happened many times before here on this channel. I've been demonetized, then remonetized, shadow banned, then unbanned. Channel deleted once, then I got it back again, etc, etc. Striked, then the strike will slowly but surely disappear. But it takes always so long. It's way too long, man. I think the waiting period for one strike is around about 3 months or so, if I'm not mistaken. It's extremely long. And matter of fact, if they wanted to... no, I'm not going to say it here. It's fine. Everything is good. I love it. Nije loše, brate. Ajde, dođi u Novi Pazar. Ajde da dođem, inshallah. Bobby, what's your favorite country you visited? Very good question, man. I would say Thailand. That's why I live here. Amongst all the countries, Thailand always pulled me back. It has a magnetic pull onto me. It's insane. I talked about this, a matter of fact, on the Dondi podcast as well, at least briefly, so you can see an in-depth response there. But the short version is that no matter where I traveled to, there was always something lacking. And here in Thailand, I don't feel like anything is lacking at all. Zero. I think they have everything, at least for me. When it comes down to food, and I'm not speaking about Thai food only. Thai food is amazing. I love it. But you have every food here. The only thing that is missing is a good German döner. They're still not there yet. But other than that, Arab food, Indian food, Yemeni, Turkish, not the German Turkish, but Turkish, very good as well. Thai food, Malay food, Laos food. We have everything here. It's quite amazing, matter of fact. When it comes down to weather, what should I tell you? Sunshine all the time. Warm all the time. People just extremely friendly, but at the same time not invasive. So you can be who you want to be. Just live your life. Nobody's really bothering you. Honestly, you can really be whoever you want to be. I've seen people here, vegan, be vegan. Go to vegan restaurants, be a hippie, no problem. You want to be a hippie, go to those islands. You want to smoke weed, they have legal weed everywhere, if that's your thing. You want to be a degenerate and party, you can be that too. You want to be a girl, knock yourself out, be a girl. You want to be a pious Muslim, be that. You want to be a Buddhist, be that. Like literally nobody cares. It's quite amazing. So this is actually a very liberal country, but without the liberal agenda, which is quite refreshing. It's more a live and let live attitude. Just do what you want to do, it's fine. Don't bother anybody. And that's how it goes. It's quite amazing, actually. So I truly enjoy being here. When I traveled the world, I was seeking a place that would feel like an adventure in a way. And here every day feels like that. So no matter where I went to, for example, Australia, New Zealand, it was amazing to be there. But it still felt, for obvious reasons, very Western. And coming to Asia, coming to Indonesia, for me, life finally started making sense. Before that, it just didn't make sense. What I thought life could be, I never really experienced in Germany or the Balkans or Europe in general. But here in Thailand, life feels alive. It feels like this is what life should be. Yeah. Is Thailand expensive? Depends how you live. It can be very expensive. Very expensive. And it can be very cheap as well. It depends on your lifestyle. Yeah, we don't really have Islamophobia here. It's amazing. Yeah, and Islam is growing and expanding here in Thailand. On a daily basis we have shahadas. It's a phenomenal place to be, genuinely. Tight, generous. Yeah, you have many tight, generous here as well. But again, you know, this happened during 2020 as well. All of a sudden, you started seeing LGBT flags everywhere. All of a sudden, the ladyboys started calling themselves trans. And then they were advocating for gay rights all of a sudden. Which is crazy, truly. Because here in Thailand, everybody had the freedom to do whatever they wanted to do. So there was no issue here, ever. But now, with the westernization, unfortunately, they're pushing that issue. And again, they're victimizing. That's the whole point. Before that, ladyboys, they weren't seen as victims. So, again, I'm not pro, but it is what it is. So, okay, you want to be a ladyboy, whatever. It doesn't affect me. But the point of the story is that they were not victimized. They held normal jobs. They were able to work in society. You would go to a 7-Eleven, you would go to a restaurant, and you would have ladyboy servers. They would just be like regular people. Or tomboys, which is the equivalent for the girls. They become like a man. Okay, whatever. But they didn't bother anybody, nor were they oppressed. But then the West started telling them the monarchy is wrong. They need a democracy. They need more rights. They need to change their passports. Blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden it became an issue. Oh, we are so oppressed. Honestly, you have weak people in every group. Be it religious group, be it ethnic group, be it whatever, sexual group, what have you. And if you tell them long enough that they are victimized, then they're going to start believing it. You know? And that's the main issue, to be totally honest. So I really hate this victimization. That's what I loved about Thailand up until recently. I really hope the country won't change, but surely it will sooner or later. But as for right now, anybody could just be what they want to be. It doesn't really matter. Religiously, dietary, sport-wise, gender-wise, whatever. Do what you want to do. Don't bother anybody. That's what it is. I went to a Danish airport, Umar says, and a lot of LGBT flags and everywhere, but it's Muslims that are the problem. Yeah, Muslims are the problem in the West because they don't accept those flags. Or at least many don't. Wait, can you document a video about rising Islam in Thailand? I thought that place was a paradise for young people looking for psychedelics and mysticism. That's what I'm saying. Yes, it is a paradise for people that look for mysticism, that look for Buddhism, that look for New Ageism, hippies. It's a paradise for sex tourists as well. Let's just be honest about it. Let's be frank. It's a paradise as well for people that just want to enjoy and travel, I guess. But Islam is growing. That's just factual. We have a strong community here, very, very strong. We have reverts every day, and the Thais are very practicing. The girls are wearing hijab, etc. So it's very, very strong. The Jummah prayers are insane. You can't even enter the mosque. There's so many people that you have to pray outside. It's absolutely amazing. And that's why. So when it comes down to Islam here, it's very vibrant, amazing. But it is true that you have other activities here as well that people come for. But everything is accepted. That's the whole point. Is it true that Muslims can eat kosher food if there is no halal food available? As far as I know, and I'm not here to give fatwas, but as far as I know, yes. And is it true that Muslims can pray in synagogue if there is no mosque nearby? As far as I know, yes. Matter of fact, Muslims are able to eat Christian food as well. That's what the Quran states. So we are able to eat from the Christians too. We are not allowed to eat from the polytheists. Yes, except kosher wine. Yeah, of course. So alcohol is prohibited. Assalamu alaikum, hast du dir die Haare gefärbt, Boban? Nein, habe ich nicht, Khalid. Das ist nur das Licht. Die sehen noch ein bisschen dunkel aus. I'm being asked if I dyed my hair. I haven't, no. It's just the lighting. They look darker than they are. I have dark brown hair. It's almost black, but it's dark brown. It's not really black. But yeah, depending on the light, it appears black. But Christians eat pork now, yeah. They unfortunately do. But still, technically we are allowed to eat from the Christians. There are different rulings on that from what I know. Some people say that, well, this was for the early Christians. Others say, yeah, well, those are not really Christian countries nowadays, so therefore you cannot really eat from them. Depends. So I will just go by the ruling that you can eat from the Christians. That's me. I make it easy for me. So if I go to Germany, for example, and they make steak or they make chicken, then I will eat that meat as well. I will just go by that ruling. That's me. One second, guys. One second, okay. Bobby visit India. I only made one stop in India once I flew to Australia, and that is over 10 years ago. I never felt the pull to go to India. I know that it's one of the biggest Muslim communities there as well. But to be totally honest, there's nothing really attractive to me about India per se. Yeah. But yeah, let's say one day maybe. Sheikh Uthman Ibn Farouk made a video about this topic, very interesting. I don't know if I watched it. Yeah, as far as I know, there are different perspectives on it. As I stated, some believe that, well, Christian countries nowadays, they're just not Christian countries, they're secular. You don't know who's working in those slaughterhouses. It's a totally different ball game nowadays when they're slaughtering. It's animal agriculture, mistreatment, etc. I understand the point. It's a valid point for sure. But when it comes down to halal slaughter, unfortunately in the West as well, we do have a lot of trickery. And yeah, I've seen a conveyor belt cut chicken's throats, just like this, and you just hear Bismillah, 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 Bismillah. Well, you know what I mean? It's all tricky when it comes down to animal agriculture. But for example, when I'm in Germany, and last time I was there, I was visiting my Polish friend, he's Catholic, and his wife made steak, which was organic grass-fed steak, apparently from the butcher, from the farm. I'll eat that. Entrecote beef steak. No worries. What advice do you have for 20 to 25-year-olds? A very deep question, man. Okay, let's end it with this, and then I'm going to tune out. The advice that I would give to 20 to 25-year-olds is to stop and ponder and reflect on their mortality, because you're not going to feel it. When you're 20 to 25, you will feel like you live forever. You don't have this imminence of death coming closer. When you're in your 30s, all of a sudden you start realizing your own mortality. Your strength goes a bit down, your shape goes a bit down, you get a bit less energy, you start feeling it already, and this is just the beginning. Well, let's see how it feels with 40, 50, 60, etc., etc. But when you're in your 20s till 25, you don't feel that. And therefore, I believe that it's very hard for many 20-year-olds to feel a sense of urgency, because you feel like you have all the time in the world. But it's an illusion. You don't. Like anybody else. When you're 25, matter of fact, I started traveling the world 11 years ago. So, yeah, I was still in my mid-20s. And it just went in a blink of an eye. In a blink of an eye. You're going to wake up tomorrow. You're going to remember this podcast, potentially. You're going to wake up tomorrow and you're going to be 35. Those 10 years will pass by like this, supremely fast. And this is why I would urge everybody in their 20s to have a sense of urgency, to truly understand that their time is ticking. You will never be so young. Yes, even if you live till 70 or 80, etc., that is great. But then you will be a 70-year-old, you will be a 60-year-old, you will be a 50-year-old, you'll be a 40-year-old, that's still okay. 30-year-old, still good. But you will never be a 20-year-old. So all the energy that you have right now, you will never get it back. You know how they say energy is never lost? Yeah, not in this universe, but for you it will be lost. You will perish. So make sure that you understand your own mortality and truly live your life accordingly, understanding that your youth is running out. When you are young, have mercy on yourself, forgive yourself, and don't take yourself serious whatsoever. Matter of fact, when you're in your 20s, no matter where you would go, applying for a job, trying to get into a business, looking for a wife, whatever, everybody will grant you a certain amount of gullibility, if you will. They will tolerate much more from you because you're still young. They will accept much more from you. Think about a kid. A kid can get away with pretty much anything. Nobody will really be mad at the kid because it's a kid. And the way that 40 or 50-year-olds look at you right now is fairly similar. So you can get away with anything right now. It's really important to take that and make use of it. Make good use of it. My father would always say, "Kad je ostariš, niko ne te saka." Which means, it's Macedonian, when you get old, nobody wants you anymore. Nobody likes you anymore. It's true. How many success stories do you have of young kids starting to go to, let's say, rich people, asking to wash their cars, etc., and getting into all kinds of businesses like that because they simply tried. And somebody had empathy for them because they were still so young. Enormously important to capitalize on that. Make sure you understand your own mortality. Make sure to understand that the most amount of your life remaining will be lived as an old person and never again as a young person. That is your biggest capital here. And then go out, try and error, try and error. Right now you have the energy, you have plausible deniability to do whatever, to fail and to start again. Right now you have infinite restart possibilities, respawn possibilities in a way. You don't get them when you get older. Moreover, I want to say this as well. You're still in your formative years. So when you get older, you will be automatically more conservative and more set in your character. You won't be as fluid anymore. So all the character development that you will do now. The person that you will be in your 30s, you will be because of the actions that you took right now. You won't change anymore later on. And this is why when I hear people, they're already in their 30s and now they tell me, now I'm going to do this and this and now I'm going to do... Unlikely, man. Unlikely. Impossible? No. Some still can do it, but it's very unlikely. People usually become the sum total of what they've done in their 20s. Enormously important to capitalize on that as well. You have the youth, you have plausible deniability, just go out, trial and error over and over again. Therefore, when it comes down to your own mortality, the loss of your youth, you have to understand that you have only so many days. If you're 20, you have 10 summers left until you're 30. 10 years is absolutely nothing. How fast did this year pass? Like this. So make good use of your time. That's all I can tell you. Make good use of your time. Yeah. We have another super chat. Thank you very much. I'm going to read that one out as well. And then I'm taking off. James, thank you very much for the $20. He says, cover the Muslim skeptic versus Andrew Wilson debate. Thank you, Ricky Bobby. That was one of my favorite movies back then, man. Yeah, not on today's stream anymore because we've been at it for 4 hours and 8 minutes now. I'm tuning out. But inshallah on next live stream then. I watched a bit of that debate, but it was very tiresome as well because the debate was predominantly about cousin marriage. Which I have to say was a genius move on Andrew Wilson's part, because the way that Daniel set it up was by saying that either you're going to debate me as a conservative Christian or you're going to debate me as a liberal. But Andrew Wilson, that was genius. He didn't take the bait, and he didn't debate him as a liberal, and he didn't debate him as a conservative Christian either. He simply debated him as somebody that is opposed to cousin marriage. Easy way out. But this is why I hate debates and debate tactics. Because on the surface level, like this, you can simply win. Yeah, but you cannot debunk this cousin marriage, and that's about it. So, very, very smart debate tactic. I have to give it to him here, 100%. However, in terms of truly beneficial debating here, nothing was really discussed. Anyways, thank you very much for the super chat. We have 2 more by James as well. First one, thank you so much. He says, I know a girl that was good in her 20s, became a feminist progressive slut in her 30s. That is very interesting, but not surprising because women tick different. When it comes down to women's age, it is very, very different. I'm speaking about men here. The way that you build yourself up is very different from what a woman does. So a woman, for example, that was good throughout her 20s but didn't settle properly, she runs into the risk of becoming a liberal slut. It can happen. Matter of fact, I know women that went into marriage and once they got divorced with 37 or something, in their 40s, they became the biggest sluts. Hardcore. Because now they didn't care about their piety anymore. They didn't really cherish their body anymore. It was already used up, whatever, who cares? They became very horny because of the hormonal fluctuations, and then they just went out and had sex with 20-year-old guys. Yeah. So that's just how it goes. When it comes down to women, totally different topic. But today I was addressing the men. Thank you very much for the super chat. Javid, that's you. Good to see you, brother. I didn't know. You changed your name. So this is Javid Benscombe. I don't know why YouTube changed my name. YouTube changed your name to James? What? That is so weird, man. Change it back, bro. But thank you so much for the support, man. Good to see you again. Your biggest donor, follow you since your vegan mushrooms. Yeah, I know, bro. I remember you, man. Of course. Thank you so much for the super chat again. But yeah, that's very strange. Like, YouTube shouldn't be able to change your name. I followed you when you were bald. Yeah. That's not too long ago, man. That was last year. Javid says, my hair is going gray, so we are exchanging our hairstyles. Yeah, man. Now I'm gonna relive my youth here. I still have a little bit of youth left. Yeah, alhamdulillah, I don't have gray hair, man. Not yet. It's quite surprising to me as well, to be honest. But I don't have it. Anyways, bro, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Okay. Anyways. 2 more minutes, guys. 2 more minutes. Fair warning, and then I'm tuning out. Yeah, it was surprising to me as well, man. I met Don D10. I told him that in person as well. This was not a mock or knock or anything like that. I wasn't familiar with his content because I don't watch Indonesian content. But apparently he has 1.3 million subscribers. And yeah, he reached out to me. And then we met up. Actually here, downstairs, he was waiting in my apartment. And I naively thought we're just gonna go grab some food and talk. But then he was there with 5 brothers, camera team, photographer, videographer, everything. I was like, what the hell is going on, man? And he's like, yeah, let's do a podcast. And I was like, oh, okay. I guess. So, yeah, we went up and I had to clean up my flat a bit. And then we recorded a podcast. Totally unexpected. Javid asks, are you still married with Frenchie? Let's just put it that way. I'm not talking about it publicly. But you can do the math. Javid says, thank you so much for the super chats, bro. So good to see you again, man. I missed you already. He says, still not talking with family. I'm still not, sadly. Sorry for another day. Yeah, I'm not really talking to them, but it's better with my mother and my sister for sure. But yeah, with the Macedonian family, 0. That didn't really change. It is what it is, man. Life is short. Either they come around or they don't. You know, the thing is this. I really believe that I made it as easy as possible for anybody around me. I genuinely mean this, because in my 20s, I experimented with psychedelics, spirituality, all kinds of religions. I never converted officially, and that's why they tolerated it, I guess. But when I was a vegan, for example, man, I was brainwashing everybody, just preaching all the time, stop eating the animals, boo-hoo, eh. So I was very annoying, I would say. And even when I became a Christian, I was speaking about Christianity all the time, kind of shoving it in their faces, telling every Christian around me that they're not Christian enough. But man, when I became a Muslim, I didn't shove it into anybody's throat. I didn't talk about it to anybody that didn't want to talk about it. I really didn't mention it. But all of a sudden I was public enemy. So it's very interesting. Every time it comes down to Islam, they know the strength and power of Islam, and this is why they are so scared. Islam is just too powerful. That's just what it is. That's really what it boils down to. They see it as a threat. Naturally, it just makes sense. But yeah, this is why, to this very day, not really. And I don't mind. One second. Okay, another super chat. Hey bro, thank you very much, man. You want to keep me here, huh? You want to keep me here, man. Okay, brother. Thank you. What happened with your wife? Sorry, man. I remember you were considering a second wife. Is it because she's not Muslim? Sorry if you don't want to share. Haven't caught you on live in a while. Just catching up. Yeah, listen, guys. I talk about this only in my private group. It's called The Gate. This is where I talk about the subject. I'm not making it public because you have too many crazy people outside. So I want to keep this as much on the low as possible, on the down low. But yeah, James, I mean, you can read between the lines, right? Yeah, I'm not making it public here. But yeah, life took a turn. It's a new apartment as well, as you can see. I live here alone. So you can do the math, you know what I mean? Anyways, I answer pretty much all the other personal questions. I don't really mind, but there are certain things that you can't really discuss online for obvious reasons. Plot twist, yeah, plot twist 2025. It wasn't going wild enough, so we had to have a plot twist here. For sure. We love you, Bobby, that's why. Hey, I love you guys too, honestly. Genuinely, from my bottom of my heart. I love my viewers. I love my brothers and sisters here. Ah, okay, understood. I will join. Yeah, there I discussed that. Cannot make it public. Just doesn't work. Thoughts on kebabs? That's my favorite food, man. Yeah. Anyways. Okay, guys. 2 more minutes, and then I'm tuning out. Okay? 2 more minutes, then I'm out. Yeah, as I said, I don't mind about talking about many things. Matter of fact, offline, I would talk about those things with my subscribers as well. I don't really care. Here on YouTube, I have to bite my tongue when it comes down to certain political issues, certain theological issues, etc., you name it. And when it comes down to private matters, I don't care as long as it doesn't involve other people. So, yeah, that's where I draw the line. Make it 50 more minutes. No chance. 50 more minutes, no chance I'm gonna die here, man. If somebody super chats $100, then I'm gonna stay 1 more hour. Otherwise, no chance. I don't drink water. I don't drink water. Water is where fish piss in. That's what my grandfather always used to say. So, yeah, I don't drink water. I drink electrolyte beverages, I drink coconut water, I drink fruit juices, some milk occasionally, but never water. Water is for fish, not for me. Okay. Yes, I'm still in Thailand. I'm still in Thailand. One more super chat and Brother Bobby stays. Yeah, we are running on fumes here, man. Bro, I've been at it for 4.5 hours almost here. Really, can't do it anymore, man. I need to eat. Hydrate yourself, Bobby. What is this, man? Bro, Bobby, hydrate yourself. Stay here, man. Drink. Come on. Do 1 more hour, Bobby. Let's talk. You guys are amazing, man. When will you go and visit Macedonia? Make another stream tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm kind of busy. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah, to Macedonia, I don't know, man. I always say maybe next year, and then it isn't. But maybe next year. Eat in front of the camera, bro. You can make ASMR. Yeah, sure. Go to the toilet in front of the camera. Sleep in front of the camera. Nah, guys, it's okay, man. It's alright. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I truly appreciate it. It was absolutely amazing. Thank you as well for the support in the end there. I appreciate when people actually support and appreciate my work. It really makes our day as creators. You have to understand that we do this here, from our own strength. You know, there is no support coming from YouTube. If this was a Bitcoin channel or some liberal channel, then sure, this would be more profitable, I guess. But it's not the case if you make Muslim content, you know. So therefore, we're really relying on your support. It's really the case. So thank you very much for anybody that understands that and actually supports the channel, supports my work here, supports the undercover dawah. I truly appreciate it. Anyhow, this is it for today. Now we're gonna tune out. Let me play the outro nasheed. For people that are always asking which nasheed this is, or some people even believe that this is Quran recitation. It is not. It's nasheed. It's called Ya Nafsu. You can simply find it on YouTube. It is free and copyright free as well, so therefore I can play it here without being striked all the time. Ya Nafsu, it's called. Absolutely amazing. My favorite nasheed. Okay, let me play it for you guys. Here we go. Like. Thumbs up. And as always, may God bless you all. Much love and peace. Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes.
تظفري لا تجزعي يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي وإلى مواعيد جود مولاك هرعي يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي وإلى مواعيد جود مولاك هرعي وإذا تأخر مطلب فلربما في ذلك التأخير كل المطمع فاستانسي بالمنع وارعي حقه إن الرضا وصف المنيب الألمع وإذا بدا من ناطق الوجدان ما يدعوك للياس الذميم الأشنع فاستيقظي من نومة الغفلات وليكن الرجاء لك مرتعا فيه ارتعي إن العطاء إمداده متنوع إن العطاء إمداده متنوع يا حسنه ذاك العطاء المتنوع وردوا على نهر الحياة وكلهم شربوا وكم في الركب من متضلع حاشا الكريم يردهم عطشا وقاد وردوا وأصل الجود من ذا المنبع أصل الجود من ذا المنبع يا رب لي ظن جميل وافر قدمته وامشي به يسعى معي يا رب يا رب لي ظن جميل وافر قدمته أمشي به يسعى معي كل الذي يرجون فضلك كل الذي يرجون فضلك أمطروا حاشاك أن يبقى هشيما مربعي كل الذي يرجون فضلك أمطروا حاشاك أن يبقى هشيما مربعي يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي وإلى مواد